Good morning, everybody. It's Wednesday, the 25th of September, 2024. Can I welcome everybody to this Bath and North East Somerset Council Planning Committee. We're here at the Brunswick Room in the Guildhall in Bath. I'm Councillor Ian Halsall, I'm the chair of the committee, and I'd like to introduce my colleagues here on the top table. So starting on my right.
Hello, I'm Karina Haskins from Democratic Services.
And on my left.
Hello, I'm Christopher Griggs-Trevarvan. I'm team manager of one of the development management teams.
Hello, I'm Simon Elias, a senior lawyer in the Council's legal team.
Thank you. May I remind everybody to switch off their phones and any other electronic devices so we don't get any interruptions or annoying bleeps or buzzers like that one. Just to advise, the meeting is being filmed. It's going to be broadcast live on our webcast, and then you'll be able to see it on the website afterwards. It's also going to be on YouTube as well. If you don't wish to be filmed, if you're a speaker, if you want to have a word with the operators in the corner there, make sure that you're not on camera. But hopefully you won't be shy. I'd like to now ask Karina if she'd read out the emergency evacuation procedure.
Thank you, Chair. If the continuous alarm sounds, you must evacuate the building by one of the designated exits and proceed to the named assembly point. The designated exits are signposted. From this room, you use the main door and then the main exit of the building. The assembly point for this building is in Orange Grove on the green outside Browns. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask anybody who's speaking, that's including our members as well, because obviously people are watching this online, can we just make sure that we do speak very clearly into the microphones so everyone can hear us? Can I have a list of apologies for absence and substitutions?
Thank you. Apologies from Councillor Paul Crossley. Councillor Alex Beaumont is substituting for him for the morning session. Apologies from Councillor Sean Hughes. Councillor Colin Blackburn is substituting. Apologies from Councillor Deborah Collins. Ruth Malloy should be substituting, but she's not here yet. Apologies from Councillor Fiona Gawley. Councillor Duncan Hounsell is substituting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn, welcome to your first planning committee. And also, Councillor Warren, I hope you're better after your recent illness. Thank you. Right, have we got any declarations of interest? Councillor Warren.
Yeah, I think I want to declare, if I can, a non-interest in item number 3, just for transparency, that one of the owners was formerly, I say formerly, we're talking about probably 30 years ago, connected to a member of my family. So just for transparency.
Okay, that's noted. Thank you. Just to also introduce Highway Officer Daniel and Daniela, who's our the case officer introducing the first item. We'll also have David McFadden, Ed Alsop and Angus Harris who will be presenting as officers. Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hodge.
Hodge, yes, sorry. Sorry, Chair, I've got a non-interest in only the item number 2 in the afternoon. Chalfont is within my ward.
It's in your ward, that's correct, yeah. Okay. And I think Councillor Simon, there's an item that's also in your ward as well. Of course, yes. Right. There's no urgent business from myself, so we'll move on. Items from the public. So Karina will set out the procedure for the public giving statements and how we go about asking questions.
Thank you, Chair. So speakers will be called to speak immediately after the case officer has made their presentation about the application. The order of speakers and the time allowed for speaking will be as followed. First, if there's any parish town council representatives, they will speak first and be allowed 3 minutes in total. Objectors to an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. Supporters of an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. And if there's more than one objector or supporter on a particular application, they must share the 3 minutes allowed to each side. Ward councillors not on the committee who have indicated they wish to speak about an application may do so for a maximum of 5 minutes. The speeches will be timed by the traffic light system you can see on the table next to me. At the start, the light will be green and will be turned to amber when there's 1 minute of speaking time remaining. When the light turns red, speakers should immediately conclude their remarks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Malloy, welcome. Right, we last had the planning committee on the 28th of August. Minutes have been published on the website. Could I have someone to pass the motion to support those minutes as an accurate account. Could I have a seconder for those, please?
No, hang on.
Sorry, apologies.
Chair, I would like to, I mean, they are basically correct, but
Okay.
there's one sentence I don't understand, and I think something might have got lost in transmission. We're on page 7, point number 3. The site was green in nature. There was concern about the loss of trees and the further loss of green space as a result of the nearby Soma Valley link. Now, this is the application for the bottom of Wells Road, and I'm afraid I don't quite understand where the Soma Valley comes into it.
Is that not
Otherwise, I'll propose they're correct.
Right, yeah, I think the Soma Valley link is based upon the consultation that WECA have undertaken to look at how to make improvements to the A367, and I think it's actually generically known as the Soma Valley link, even though it links Bath to the Soma Valley, but it actually, obviously, is not in the Soma Valley itself.
Well, perhaps we could put the Soma Valley Road link. Would that...
Oh, yeah, we could or call it the project, Soma Valley Project, or, yeah, we can do that. So otherwise, with that slight amendment...
With that amendation, I'll propose they're correct.
Would anybody like to second that with that slight amendment? Councillor Simon, thank you very much. Okay. We will move on to item 7, and this relates to applications that were considered at the last committee and were deferred for site visits. So the first one was for 37 Coombe End in Radstock. So the site visit was carried out last Monday and was extremely useful. And Danielle is the case officer, and you want to present your case again to the committee, please.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, this is item 1 on the site visit agenda for 37 Coombe End, which is in Radstock. The application is for the approval of reserve matters for the demolition of the existing buildings and erection of 5 dwellings. The site falls within the conservation area, and yeah, the item was deferred for a site visit which took place last week, which I hope members found useful. So this is the site location plan. The extent of the built form is indicated with the red outline. The blue outline is the wider ownership boundary. We are outside the housing development boundary, but the principal development was set at outline stage. And just an aerial image there. The area of land between Bath New Road and Coombe End is really steeply sloping. So the back half of the site is including that hillside. Just by way of background, so the outline consent was granted in 2021. All matters were reserved except for the access, which was approved at that stage. In 2011, there was another application granted for the residential development. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. For the residential development, that was not implemented and then was replaced by the outline consent in 2021. The principle of the development, therefore, has already been established. So this is an existing site section. There you can see the difference in land levels between the Bath New Road and Coombe End. The existing properties indicated on the left, which run along Coombe End. This is the proposed site plan. So the development is actually formed of kind of 2 different parts. So the western side is the location of the proposed terrace properties, 1 to 4. They replace the existing garages on site. The access comes off of Coombe End and then wraps round to the rear of the site. And that leads to the proposed detached, larger contemporary dwelling set within the hillside. Just moving on to some proposed floor plans. This is for units 1 to 4, the terrace/semi-detached properties. The floor plans are reversed with bedrooms at the ground floor, and then the rear gardens are set within the hillside, so they are stepped. And then the first floor plans showing the living areas, and that first floor link to join the 2 together. And then some elevations. So the approach to this design was to kind of mirror and complement the newly built terrace on the other side of Coombe End, which we saw at the site visit. That is inclusive of the scale and the materials of the terrace properties. And then just some side elevations, and then you can see the stepped courtyard type of gardens to the rear. Moving on to the Unit 5, the much larger dwelling set within the hillside. This is a much more contemporary design. It has gone through various iterations through the application process and reduced in scale. The initially proposed scale is outlined by the purple dashed line. There has also been amendments to the front elevation to provide more articulation through the use of materials and setting back some of the elevations as well. Just a side profile there, just to show how it is set within that hillside, it does sit lower than the proposed terrace dwellings, which are cited in the background of that image. It does sit higher up the hill than the dwellings on which face onto Coombe End, but we can see, and I've got a wider shot in a minute, the red dashed line, which shows a sight line from the pedestrian edge, which aligns with the ridge line and then the proposed corner of the dwelling there. And then just that wider shot. So we're on the site visit. We did walk up this road and we viewed the site from this location. And then just some floor plans. So the ground floor plan only includes parking areas and undercroft and access. And then pretty much all of the accommodation is at the first floor. The majority of this is set into the hillside. It's surrounded, the layout is surrounds the inner courtyard, which is an open space. And then just reverting back to the proposed site plan, we can see that the majority of the roof of the detached dwelling is a green roof with a single ply membrane to the front portion. As referred to at the last committee meeting, this is just a comparative drawing just to show the widths of the proposed terrace and the detached dwelling in amongst all the other properties along Coombe End. Coombe End has quite a variety of dwellings with their design and with their width as well, and this kind of demonstrates that the width of the detached dwelling sits somewhere in the middle. Moving on to some photos. So on the left, we've got the garages that are to be demolished and replaced by the terrace dwellings. On the right, we have the existing property that would sit in front of the detached dwelling. And then just further southeast down the road, looking up towards the garages, the Bathney Road runs at the very top here. And then again, looking towards the Bathney Road from Coombe End, the detached dwelling would sit behind this property and would the eastern side would project out to the side here. And just an indication of where the developments would sit. Moving further up into the site, that existing property there, and then this is the hillside where the development would be sat for Unit 5. And then we move further southeast down to Coombe End. This is the existing terrace, which has been recently constructed and occupied. And this is the terrace which the proposed terraces are complementing. And then just on the right is just turning towards the site. And the proposed dwelling would sit somewhere around here where my cursor is. And then this is looking up at Coombe End, so we've got the existing terrace on our right, and the development would be on our left, on the right-hand image. And then this is positioned on the hillside, looking towards that new terrace, so we are in the location of where the detached dwelling would be. So this would largely be where the green roof would sit. And then the view up from the Bathney Road down towards the site. You can see the terrace there that's existing, and then dwelling would sit around here with the terraces behind this vegetation. And again, the Bathney Road, just further up a bit. And again from the Bathney Road. The very corner of that terrace is located here, so you wouldn't necessarily see the proposed development from this angle. The Officer recommendation is to permit for the reasons provided in the committee report. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. We haven't got any public speakers, but the ward member, or one of the ward members for Radstock, Councillor Leslie Mansell, she can't be with us, but she has provided a statement which Karina will read out.
Thank you, Chair. So, a statement from Councillor Leslie Mansell. Thank you for organising a site visit. I'm really sorry I was unable to attend due to work commitments. However, I hope you appreciate the site now that you have had the opportunity to view it for yourself. To reiterate, I support Radstock Town Council's objection to this application. Historically, the application was for 7 two-bedroom dwellings. The latest application is for 1 less dwelling, but the rest are larger, 1 4-bed and 5 3-bed. Bearing in mind the requirement to double the number of houses we are expected to build in the area, this will not be helpful. This development will dig further into the hillside, which is below Bath New Road. In the past, there was a collapse of the land due to water drainage from Bath New Road just above this site. Flood risk was also cited by Radstock Town Council, and this needs to be taken into full consideration. There is a need to develop the infrastructure, and this is not included. The original plan allowed for allotments, which have been removed from the latest application. A previous application for a petrol station at Coomend was refused on the basis it would block the view from Clandown to Radstock. Surely this will also be the case if this development goes ahead. The Radstock placemaking plan considers affordable housing and increased employment. This application will change the use from business, thereby reducing employment opportunities. And it's not clear how these larger dwellings will be affordable to local people. The percentage of dwellings bought by buyers from outside Baines is somewhere around the 50% mark already. Radstock Town Council further raised pertinent concerns as this is not in keeping with the conservation area. They also cited the need for access for pedestrians, i.e. improved footpath, which has been raised by others who have objected. Further, Baines has now proposed no parking at any time restrictions requested by the traffic management team to prevent obstruction of the highway being caused by parked vehicles at Coomend. Residents have drawn attention to the increased parking requirements on the road, which is narrow and has industrial use. This includes a coach company. This will be extremely difficult to police, and more vehicles will probably park on the road anyway, causing further obstructions and potential hazards, especially to pedestrians, but also to drivers. Ecological report. This advocates the moving of slow worms. With increased development, it is of a concern as to where reptiles can be moved and where they will flourish. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, this is a Reserve Matters application, and Councillor Mansell makes some very valid points, but am I right, Danny, that a lot of these issues are going to be covered by the conditions that went with the outline, or obviously, now we've established the principle of development, we can't consider them further?
Yeah, that's correct. So the principle of development was established at the outline stage, and that includes the number of dwellings, and the access was also approved. There were quite a few conditions put on the outline which relate to a lot of the in-principle issues, and they would still require to be discharged as part of this process.
Thank you. I'll open the committee up for questions for Danny. Has anybody got anything to raise? Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know, I wondered if the officer was aware that it's Coomend, all as one word. We seem to have several different spellings in the report. But my question actually relates to the traffic management. Could we be informed whether the TRO has gone through to restrict parking on the main road? And assuming it were enforced, would that mean there were then insufficient parking spaces on the site?
Dan, if you can advise, please.
Yeah, so the TRO process for the double yellow lines on the opposite side of the carriageway to the development, I believe they're still ongoing. I don't believe it's been sealed yet as such. But in terms of parking on the site, there will be parking in accordance with our adopted standards, and we've reviewed that, and yeah, I don't see that there would be overspill parking generated by this development.
Thank you. Anybody got a question? Councillor Malloy.
One in the middle, yeah. So, can you hear me? Yeah, another question about the parking, actually. For the terrace of 4, on the plans, it looks as if the Unit 2 has only had 1 parking space allocated, and I just wanted to ask, confirm, is that correct, and why, if it is correct, why?
It does actually have two spaces. If you look on the opposite side of the access, there's a bay on the opposite side of the road as you go into the site that's allocated for Unit 2. So they're not together, but they're split. So they are available.
Yeah, I see. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for confirming. Anybody else got a question? Councillor Simon.
Councillor Mansell made reference to affordable housing. Can somebody remind me what the maximum number of houses, units on a site that can be before affordable housing kicks in?
I believe it's 10. This application
That was my recollection, but I was a bit worried it was my previous authority's rule.
Okay, anybody else got questions to ask? Councillor Jackson.
Given that the site is very close to the Fossway and higher up in Clandown, applications have been refused because of the sensitive archaeology from the medieval use of the Fossway, would it be possible to put a condition in that there should be some sort of watching brief for archaeology?
I can't recall whether that was put on the outline consent. May need to check that, but that would have been a matter that would have been subject to the outline. I don't know if, Chris, you need to add anything.
Yeah, I can just see that there isn't an archaeological condition on the outline consent, but that would have been a matter that would have been considered at the outline stage, and obviously not determined not to be necessary in the case of that outline application.
So there's considered to be no archaeological issue based upon the original outline and the consultations that took part there. Anybody else got a question before we move on and discuss the merits of the application? No? Okay. So we'll open up for a discussion. Obviously, we've got these 4 houses which are in the style of the quite recent properties that were built on the other side of the road. And I think the reason we had the site visit was really to look at this modern, quite contemporary dwelling that's going to be built to the hillside. So do we have any views, obviously, on both aspects of the planning application? Obviously, if we're not happy with one element, the whole lot will fall. So do you have any views to express on the scheme? Councillor Warren.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This application has been around for a while and mulled over and been through outline, etc., etc., etc. I think they've taken on board most of the issues. I know there's been flooding, but I believe that the flooding's hopefully covered now and should improve the area. Again, you heard from Councillor Mansell that maybe more smaller houses. However, the schemes have to add up or they don't ever get built. There's a need for houses in the area. I think this is a good use of the land that's there, so I'd be happy to move the officer recommendation.
Okay, we'll just carry on for a second. Councillor Simon?
Yes, I'm happy to second that. Although I wasn't able to join the site visit, I'm quite familiar with the area, having canvassed it on a number of occasions. And I think the contemporary house, which cause some concern, is clearly designed to meet particular family needs, and it makes proper use of the space, and it will fit in well looking down the slope, so I'm happy to second it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think the detached house, I think it's been designed very well in order to minimise its impact, particularly given the sensitive location in the hillside. We've got someone who's, Councillor Warren, who's passed the motion, and we've got a seconder. Before we take a vote, Councillor Hodge, did you want to ask anything?
Yes, I just wanted to comment that I recognise the councillor's concerns and that it might be nice to see more smaller affordable properties in the location, but the reserve was for we've delivered is what was agreed in terms of 5 properties. I still have some concerns about the width and the bulk of the proposed dwelling, but having visited the site, but I appreciate that it is policy compliant, I feel. So.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's policy compliant, we all agree, or we seem to be agreeing. It's obviously in a conservation area, so we've considered the impact upon the setting and the character, and we feel that the dwellings will contribute at least neutrally, if not positively, towards that. So we'll take a vote in that case if nobody else wants to raise any points. Councillor Jackson, you do.
I just wanted to draw members' attention to the fact that actually very recently, the officer and the applicant came to an agreement over the development of the petrol station, which is on the Bath New Road, just very close to this site. So that Councillor Mansell's statement about the reasons for refusing that application no longer hold good, because the compromise has been reached. The petrol station, the work started today, actually. So that shouldn't deter any member from voting for this resolution if they want to.
Yeah, that's useful background. Okay, we'll take a vote then. So all those in favour of supporting the motion? So that's a unanimous approval. Thank you. I'll move on. Right, the second site visit, now unfortunately, the reason it was deferred for a site visit was because the neighbour's objection or the neighbour's concerns. Unfortunately, the neighbour wasn't given sufficient notice, so we were unable to do a site visit from that property. So regrettably, we are deferring this item until next month. So we apologise to the applicants for that ongoing delay, but we feel it was only fair that we ensure we give sufficient notice to the neighbour next time, and we will be carrying out a site visit before the next meeting. So we'll go now to the main part of the agenda, which is the new applications that have come before us. The first one, or the third item, if we want to take it in that order, is land to the rear of English Combe Lane. Case officer who has been involved in this application is David McFadden. So, David, if you'd like to make your presentation to the committee, please.
Good morning, members. Thank you, Chair. Following the site visit agenda, this is item number 1 on the main agenda this morning. The application relates to land to the south of numbers 89 to 123 English Combe Lane. The site is in Moorlands Ward, and this application is before the committee this morning due to it being an application for development by the council itself. So the council is the applicant for this application. Just to introduce where we are within the district, the site is around 2 kilometres as a crow flies southwest of Bath city centre. As the site location map indicates, the site is identified in red on the plan. English Combe Lane is an east to west route which links the A367 Wellsway and Whiteway Road Rush Hill that runs around the southern edge of the city. The area is a residential suburban area. It was generally developed in the late part of the 19th century or the early part of the 20th century. It's a residential area predominantly, but there are some community and commercial uses also in the area. The area is served by a bus service, which is around 500 metres west of the site at the top of Coronation Avenue, and that's served by route number 1, which has up to 6 services per hour. So turning to the development site area itself, the site is a historic backland site, which was created when the surrounding streets of English Combe Lane and Sturtingale Road were developed in the early part of the 20th century. So as a result, the site is immediately bound by rear gardens of residential properties on surrounding streets. So those are numbers 89 to 123 English Combe Lane on the northern side, so the top of the site, and numbers 1 to 27 Sturtingale Road to the west, the left-hand side of the site as we're looking at it. And to the south of the site, the bottom of the image before you is a property known as Sturtingale Farm. And that's no longer an agricultural property, it's a residential property, but it retains a very large curtilage for a residential property, and which is made up of significant open space and some woodland areas as well. So just to demonstrate some of that description, this is an aerial image looking down on the site from the north. So we're looking from the north, we're looking south. You can see the site identified by the blue line. You can see some of the 20th century development in the area, such as the oval, which is very identifiable from the aerial image. You can also see to the top of this image, you can see Sturtingale Farm, that property with the very large curtilage, including the woodland, which is located to the rear of the site at the top of this image. So Sturtingale Farm is a site of nature conservation interest, which is allocated under policy NE3 of the Council's local plan. That designation extends to the site at the rear of English Coombe Lane as well. So the development site forms part of that site of nature conservation interest. The site is also part of the landscape setting of the settlement of Bath under policy NE2A of the local plan. So this is another aerial view of the site, slightly west of the previous one, but showing a little bit more detail of the site's relationship with the surrounding streets. You can start to appreciate some of the layout of the site and the topography that's present on the site, as well as how the site relates to the neighbouring properties. Most of the boundaries of the site are made up by trees and woodland area. Some of those are in residential gardens, whilst others are more dense or woodland areas, such as to the south and to the east. The site itself is predominantly neutral grassland habitat, but the site also has some bramble scrub around the edges, and there's also some wetland habitats in the centre of the site, which are created by natural springs found on land to the south. So those springs discharge across the centre of the site, and you can sort of appreciate that in the aerial image, where the watercourses can be seen crossing the central part of the site. So this is an image of the current access to the site from English Coombe Lane. You can see it's a sort of informal access track that rises from the southern side of English Coombe Lane. On the right-hand side of this image, you have neighbouring properties, numbers 89 to 91 English Coombe Lane, and on the left-hand side, you have number 87 English Coombe Lane, which neighbours the site to the east. The access track rises up to the development site, which opens up behind the rear gardens of the properties on English Coombe Lane. So this is, once you enter the site itself, you follow up the access track, which is on the right-hand side of this image. So we're looking back, once you're within the site, this is the sort of relationship you get with the houses on English Coombe Lane, which the site is directly behind. You can see there is a tree line, sort of woodland, a sort of linear woodland section that runs along the eastern boundary of the site and goes right down to English Coombe Lane along the side of the access there. So this image is if you enter the site and sort of cross all the way to the far opposite bottom corner of the site. So we're kind of appreciating the majority of the site in this view. You can see the change in levels across the site from the lower part on the north, the left-hand side of the image, to the upper part on the right-hand side. You can see the trees lining most of the boundaries of the site and the grassland across the centre of the site. This is another image taken from the very top of the site, so the southern extremity of the site. looking down at the site below, and then you've got the rears of the properties on English Coombe Lane in the centre of the image there. And you can start to appreciate some of the wider views that you get from the site across the city. The site is within both of Bath's World Heritage Sites, and it's also within the Entry Hill, Perrymead and Prior Park character area of the Bath Conservation Area. There's another view. We're looking slightly northwest this time from roughly the centre of the site, so we're a bit lower down, looking again at the rears of the properties on English Coombe Lane. And this is, again, a bit further up the site, towards the southern boundary, but looking towards the rears of the properties on Sturtingale Road to the west side of the site. And this is the eastern boundary from a similar position. Again, you can appreciate those tree lines along the eastern side of the site. So, as mentioned previously, there are a number of water courses that cross the site, and to provide some understanding of that, I'll show you some pictures of what they look like on the site. This is an image at the very southern part of the site, at the top of the hill, where the water enters the site from Sturtingale Farm above. You can probably just about make out some of the damp ground and a couple of inches of water there. The water is understood to have been diverted from a previous land drain that runs under the site, but it appears to have become blocked over time, and as a result the water flows over land instead. And the water courses follow a course down the site, but then disappear just before the northern boundary into a surface water sewer that runs between numbers 107 and 109 English Coombe Lane, and joins the surface water network on English Coombe Lane. This is another image of what those water courses look like on the site itself. The position and the size of the water courses have varied over time, but they generally follow a path down the centre of the site and sort of meander as they go. And the wet conditions that are associated with the water courses have provided habitat for some wet ground plant species that include lesser water parsnip, brook lime, water mint, Indian balsam and nettles. So this site has been subject to a previous application for development, which was also submitted by the council. That application was for 37 open market houses at the site. It was submitted in 2018, and it was considered by the council's planning committee at a meeting in August 2020. The planning committee in August 2020 took the decision to resolve to grant permission for the previous development at the site, subject to negotiation of a Section 106 agreement. However, the Section 106 agreement has not been completed, and a decision on this application remains pending. The previous proposals were for a significantly higher number of homes than this current application. Each of the houses in the previous scheme included a private garden, and this previous development included highways and infrastructure constructed to adoptable standards, so including pavements and street lighting that would meet the council's adoptable standards. These are some computer-generated images of how the previous scheme would have appeared had it been pursued. As you can see, it's a more traditional housing scheme, quite similar to the housing found on adjacent streets. The houses are 2- and 3-storey buildings with pitched roofs. So turning to the application before members this morning, the application is submitted again by Bath and North East Somerset Council. It's for development of 16 houses, a communal hub and staff carer facilities, access and landscaping to create a supported living community for residents with autism and learning difficulties. The development would combine a mixture of 10 one-bedroom homes, 5 two-bedroom homes and 1 three-bedroom home. Most of the buildings that are proposed would be one story, so a single-story building, but there are 4 two-story buildings proposed across the site. All of the houses that are proposed under the application are designed to meet the higher requirements of Part M4, 2 and 3 of the building regulations. These relate to accessible and adaptable as well as wheelchair user dwellings. All of the homes that form part of the development would be affordable housing, and they would likely be social or affordable rent tenures with residents allocated by the Council's Adult Services team. The development has also been designed to achieve very high levels of energy and thermal performance. It will include air source heat pumps for heating and hot water, solar PV panels to match the energy use of the development in full. Taking those points into account, the development would be a net zero emissions development with renewables to match total energy use. So the site layout itself, you can see that the development's been arranged in two clusters located to the east and the west of the site. This layout has been chosen to preserve the watercourses and associated habitats, which are found in the middle of the site, and these are sought to become a managed feature of the development itself and become a natural asset within the proposed community. A boardwalk-style footbridge will link the 2 clusters to run across the watercourses in the middle of the site, providing a sort of pedestrian link between the 2 clusters of houses. The houses themselves would be arranged in terraces that would create courtyard spaces between the 2 banks that are proposed. This area in the courtyard space will include hard and soft landscaping. There's also a communal hub building, which is highlighted in a pink colour to the sort of centre left side of the image, which will be available for use by residents of the scheme. The proposed access to the site will be in a similar location to the current access, and most of the car parking will be grouped around that access location. So generally, cars will not sort of enter beyond that main access, although there is a road proposed along the north of the site to provide access for dropping off, collection and servicing, as well as emergency access to cluster 2 on the left-hand side. But generally the intent is to reduce the footprint of the development and minimise the scale of roads on the site. So most of the access and the cars that will enter the site will be preserved at the access location on the right-hand side. The development includes parking spaces for staff and visitors only. So there'll be 5 staff spaces and 3 visitor spaces. So the entrance to the site from English Combe Lane requires some works to be formalised and to be used for the access. So a wider road will be created at this location, which requires removal of 9 trees that are located in the woodland area to the side of the current access. and it's also proposed to introduce 2 highways build-outs to the east and the west of the access on English Combe Lane, which will improve visibility conditions for vehicles entering and exiting the site. And also parking restrictions will be introduced adjacent to the access on English Combe Lane. This is a visual of how the access to the site will appear if it was completed. The trees have obviously established in this image to maturity, so it's some way down the line. But you can appreciate that the road has been widened there and surfaced with block paving, and the tree planting is to the left-hand side of the image. There's also a bin collection location on the right-hand side of the access there, and bins will be moved by staff to be collected from this location on collection day, then returned to the stores within the development itself. So the development minimises its footprint in comparison to the previous application. There's a lot less development on the site, but also we don't have adoptable standard roads, so those factors result in a much smaller footprint development. The priority has been to retain existing habitats and create areas for habitat enhancement on site. There is a significant buffer to the woodland at the south of the site, as you can see in this image, and the large central area in the middle between the 2 clusters has been preserved so that those watercourses and habitats can be retained as part of the development. The areas of grassland habitat surrounding the proposed buildings will be planted with a species-rich mix for biodiversity enhancement purposes, and is also proposed to plant a total of 126 new trees as part of the development. So they will be arranged around the boundaries of the site, on the access road, and also within the development itself. The car parking area on the right-hand side of this image, at the rear of numbers 89-91 English Combe Lane, is a reinforced grass concrete grid parking strategy. So it will allow grass to grow through that, and other hard surfaces are proposed to be permeable paving. To run you through what the homes will entail, each of the houses are generally a lot larger than is required by national space standards. So this is a 1-bedroom unit. The national space standards require 1-bedroom homes to be a minimum of 37 square metres. However, this home is 68 square metres, so almost double the size that's required by the space standards. And the main reason for that is to create accessible and adaptable layouts that are possible for wheelchair access. You can see that the bathrooms are wheelchair designed accessible wet rooms, and the kitchen areas also include wheelchair accessible kitchen features. So that's been designed to meet the requirements of Part M43 of the building regulations. There's large windows in all the homes providing high levels of light and outlook, and there's also small terraces to the front and the rear of the homes, providing secondary access by a carer if required. So turning to some elevations to understand what the buildings will look like externally. These are some of the single-storey homes that are proposed, so the 1-bedroom units. The homes include flat roofs that have been selected to reduce the height, minimise the profile, reducing impacts on neighbours, and provide opportunities for green roofs. The proposed external materials include bath stone, some cast stone piers and banding, render panels, timber cladding and timber screens. There's also some reconstituted tumbled stone proposed to the lower level retaining walls. and the windows and doors would be powder-coated aluminium. These are an example of some of the two-storey houses, so the two-bedroom houses that would be within the development. So you can see those two-storey buildings in the middle of the image. As you can see at the lower image on the screen is the rear of the two-storey buildings. So due to the topography at the site, the two-storey houses will appear single-storey from the rear when you're directly behind. These are some visuals of how the one-bedroom homes would appear. You'll note there are some steps on this side of the houses, but it's noted that level access will be available for wheelchair users from the rear of the dwellings, from the courtyard space at the back. So this is another visual of the two-storey buildings in the middle of the terrace. This is the courtyard space between the two banks of terraces, and this courtyard area could be used for food production and growing at the site if that was deemed necessary at a later date. This is the communal hub building that will be incorporated within Cluster 2 to the west of the site. This will provide a community facility for use of residents on the site for socialising, etc. It also contains a staff office as well as overnight accommodation for staff. It will include an outdoor decking area which will face a pond that's integrated within the drainage strategy for the development. The building would be timber clad and include a flat green roof also. So this is a visual of how that communal hub building would appear in reality with the terrace overlooking the naturally fed drainage pond. Turning to the public consultation on this application, the Council has received a total of 46 objections to the application from neighbouring residents, as well as 5 comments in support. We've had a general comment by the Bath Preservation Trust, and we've also had a representation from Moorlands Ward member Jess David. So key concerns that have emerged from the public consultation process include whether or not the location is a suitable one for this proposed particular housing use. Concerns have been raised regarding the harm to ecology and biodiversity at the site. Concerns have also been raised in relation to the loss of trees that the development poses. Concerns have also been raised in relation to appearance and character and how the development would impact that side of the area. Flood risk has been something that's been raised a lot by neighbouring residents because they've experienced flooding of their homes as a result of the existing watercourses that cross the site. General concerns over harm to amenity and residential living conditions at the site. Then there's also concerns over highway safety issues on English Coombe Lane. Then there's further concerns in relation to bin storage and collection from the site, crime and security, and the possibility of this site forming an access for future developments in the area to the south and becoming an enabling route for future developments. So to run you through some of the assessment the officers have undertaken on the application, the starting point is to establish the principle of development, and it's important to note that the site is allocated in the Council's local plan, so specifically identified for residential development under policy SB 17. This policy anticipates development of around 40 homes on the land. The policy identifies that access is expected between numbers 87 and 89 English Coombe Lane, and the proposed access should attempt to retain as many trees as possible, but if trees are lost, any tree loss should be replaced on the development site. Any development of the site should protect and enhance ecological interests, including use of a sensitive lighting scheme. So you might note that this application before us today is for 16 homes, which is significantly less development than the site allocation policy originally envisaged. However, it's considered that a lower density approach is acceptable in this instance, given the environmental constraints that this unique site presents. Furthermore, it's noted that the wheelchair accessible homes are larger than open market dwellings, therefore requiring a lower density of development. So the current proposals have been considered against the requirements of policy SB 17 and are considered to be in accordance with that site allocation policy for the site. So to run you through the impact of development, this image is taken from the landscape visual impact assessment. It's on the opposite northern side of the city from Approach Golf Course near the Cotswold Way in Lansdowne. The site is identified in red on the image, and as you can see, it's quite difficult to make out the site in these long-range views. Mostly, I think we're seeing the woodland above the site that is visible, rather than the site itself in this case. So the officer's assessment on this matter is that given that the development is largely single-storey houses and the development includes planting of 126 trees, the development is not found to adversely affect long-range views within the City of Bath and Great Spa Towns of Europe World Heritage Sites. Turning to the local impact of the development, this image is also from the landscape visual impact assessment, and it demonstrates that there are glimpsed views between the semi-detached pairs of houses on English Combe Lane. So you can just see the site between the houses there. But I think largely we're seeing the woodland again above the site. And you can just make out the farm building, Sturtingale Farm, in that image. So due to the topography and the immediate development on English Combe Lane, visibility of the site is limited within the local area. This is a similar image from Sturtingale Road, so the western boundary of the site. Again, glimpse views are possible of the site, but largely the houses on neighbouring streets, the fences, outbuildings and trees within the neighbouring houses' gardens largely screen the site, and our assessment is that the site is largely very well contained and is not widely visible from adjacent streets. Therefore, the development will not impact the appearance of and character of the surrounding area. So, turning to the impact on residential amenity experienced at neighbouring homes, the application has been accompanied by an amenity assessment. This is one of the images from that assessment. It can be, this image is taken from the ground level of the rear of one of the properties on English Combe Lane. We're looking across the rear garden back towards the development site. At ground level, you can see that largely the site is again screened by trees and fences, so there's not great visibility of the site from this location. This is, now we've taken a few floors up in the neighbouring house. So this is at loft level, second floor within the neighbouring building. You can see there are some views possible now at this height of the site, albeit there is some screening also by trees in the rear gardens. But you can see the site to the left and the right hand side of the trees. So this is a computer-generated image of how the development might impact these views from the neighbouring properties. Cluster 1 on the left-hand side of the image, so the eastern side of the site is largely screened by existing trees, but cluster 2 on the west-hand side of the development is visible. This is the same image, but with the tree planting that's proposed to be added. So the tree planting is shown at about a maturity of 15 years following completion of the development. So this is the sort of, gives an idea of the scenario that residents might experience in 15 years' time if the development is completed. And officers find that due to limited visibility, the development will not harmfully affect the amenity of homes on English Combe Lane. And just to run through the same exercise with properties on Sturtingale Road, this again shows the ground level views towards the site. Again, in this image, there is some views blocked by the fencing, but you do just about obtain a view of the site at ground level. As we go up the building, you obtain a much greater view, so this is at loft level, again, looking towards the site. And we add in the computer-generated image of the development. You can see the single-storey parts of the development. You can also see some of the two-storey dwellings there modelled in. Largely, the fencing obscures views of the nearest dwellings, but some views of the further dwellings are possible. It's noted that there's no windows facing neighbouring gardens in the two-storey buildings. So this is the same image again with the 15-year maturity tree planting added in, which largely screens the development in these views. Overall, officers' assessment is that the development is being sensitively designed and will preserve acceptable standards of amenities at neighbouring homes. So turning to ecology, this is a major issue for the development. The site is part of the Sturtingale Farm, site of nature conservation interest, which extends to the south and east of the site. The site mostly contains grassland habitats, but there's some bramble and woodland habitats around the edges, and there's also the wetland habitats at the centre of the site. The site is known to be used by horseshoe bats associated with the Bath and Bradford upon Avon SAC Special Area of Conservation. The site is also known to be used by badgers, and there is an outlier badger set on the site. There's numerous species of common suburban garden birds, hedgehogs, and a breeding population of slowworms at the site. So the proposals have been designed to retain the watercourse and wetland habitats in the middle of the site. The lower scale of development than the previous application allows larger areas of grassland habitats to be preserved surrounding the buildings, and as mentioned, these grassland areas will be enhanced with species-rich grassland planting. As mentioned, it's proposed to plant 126 trees to replace the 9 trees that are being removed, and a sensitive lighting strategy has been designed specifically for this site, which is predominantly bollard, so low-level lighting and shielded lighting columns with warm colour lighting to be sensitive to bats that use the site. The lighting strategy has been designed to meet environmental zone E2 limits, so that's rural or relatively dark suburban areas, so the development will preserve the sort of similar light levels to the surrounding area. The proposals also include a total biodiversity enhancement of 20%. That includes some off-site proposals, which are proposed in local open spaces and parks surrounding the site. And those proposals are recommended to be secured using the biodiversity net gain condition. There is also a range of measures that will be secured through the Construction Environmental Management Plan for ecology that will secure safeguarding and mitigation strategies for the existing species present at the site. So that will be controlled via planning condition as well. The Council's ecologist has confirmed that adverse effects on the protected bats can be ruled out due to the sensitive lighting strategy, and no objection has been raised by the Council's ecologist or Natural England to the application. So turning to the drainage strategy, as mentioned, the natural springs that cross the site and the flooding of neighbouring properties are clearly major issues, and the development could affect these issues. So instead of repairing and reinstating the former drainage pipes that went under the site, it is proposed to retain the overland flow in order to retain the associated habitat value of this space. The current drainage system will be abandoned, and a new drainage system has been designed to mitigate the impacts of development and to improve the flooding of neighbouring properties below the site. So the drainage strategy has been designed to account for current runoff rates, but a 45% adjustment has been made to account for the effects of climate change. So the drainage strategy as a whole has been designed to account for that future change in climate that we're expecting to experience. The drainage strategy channels surface water into the central wetland area, which will in turn filter water into the ground through an infiltration swale feature, which is highlighted in the centre north of the site. So the water will be channeled to that and then infiltrated into the ground, and it will dissipate from there. The infiltration swale will include an overflow into underground attenuation tanks. So there's a series of 3 underground attenuation tanks, which are shown in green on the drainage map that's before you. So these attenuation tanks have been sized and calculated to be able to absorb the capacity that's been calculated, which is includes the 45 adjustment for climate change. And there is also an overflow connection from those attenuation tanks into the Wessex Water surface water drain, which is in English Coombe Lane. So if there is a severe weather event and the attenuation tanks become too full, the water will overflow into the surface water sewer in English Coombe Lane. It's also proposed that there will be a bund landform, so a built-up soft landscaping feature that will be located behind the rear gardens of properties on English Coombe Lane, and that will capture any excess surface water in the event of severe storms. There's also, the drainage system also includes the drainage pond in front of the communal hub building, rain gardens in the courtyard areas, permeable paving to all hard surfaces, as well as green roofs, which will all contribute to providing attenuation capacity on site and reducing runoff rates from the site. The drainage strategy overall is considered to offer significant betterment on the existing conditions at the site, and it accounts for the effects of climate change. It will future-proof the site and neighbouring properties against surface water flooding. The proposals have been reviewed multiple times by the Council's drainage and flooding engineer, and Wessex Water have been consulted. And subject to a planning condition requiring submission of the detailed drainage scheme, infiltration testing and maintenance regimes, The Council's drainage engineer and Wessex Water are happy with the drainage scheme that's proposed. So just to summarise now the assessment that's been undertaken by officers. The officers' findings are that in many regards this is an exemplar development that will offer considerable social benefits for a group of people that are underserved by the traditional housing market, as well as by existing council housing provision. The development will provide purpose-built modern housing within the district to meet the specialist needs of this group, reducing their need to travel outside the district for housing and care, and that is a significant social and economic benefit that weighs in favour of the development. The Greenfield site is nature-rich. It presents many abnormal challenges, but the current proposals are found to have presented solutions to most issues, and any outstanding matters can be controlled via planning conditions, which are recommended in the report before members. The unique qualities of the site are found to be retained and will become a feature within this new community. It will increase the value of the development for the proposed resident group, who will benefit from living in this rich, natural, interesting and calm environment. The applicant has worked to address outstanding applications during the application process, resulting in no remaining objection by any internal or external consultees. The development is therefore found to accord with the Council's local plan, and there are no material considerations that officers have found that would warrant the refusal of planning permission. It is therefore recommended that the Council considers permitting the application subject to conditions in the report. That concludes the officer presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David, for a very thorough presentation there. I think on behalf of the committee we're all very thankful for that, and much better informed, more informed as we were from the report that we saw. Just for the benefit of the public, I want to make it very clear that whilst this is an application that's been submitted by the Council, the Planning Committee is a regulatory body, and we're here to scrutinise that application and ensure that it is in compliance with policy. So just because it's the Council application doesn't mean it's a given. So we are going to have speakers. We have obviously had 46 objections. Obviously, the officer in his deliberation has taken all those into consideration. His recommendation is still to permit, subject to conditions. So I will invite some of the speakers now who have registered. We have an objection from Christopher Pound. Can I see if you're here? Yeah, thank you. If you'd like to come to the table, just set yourself up. As a member of the public, you're given 3 minutes to speak. If you could just project straight into the microphone so everyone can hear you quite clearly. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. I am Chris Pound. I'm an architect, a town planner and a heritage consultant. And I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Cartwright, who owns number 89 Englishcombe Lane. And this is immediately alongside the access road on the west side. Now, for the last 4 months, you had an opportunity to acquire number 89 and resolve several outstanding problems. Now, Mr. Cartwright objected to the then proposed streetlights in May. This has been addressed, so thank you very much for that. But there remain some other issues which have yet to be addressed or fixed. The proposed arrangement for refuse collection with an array of refuse bins close to the front door of 89 is wholly unacceptable intrusion into the amenity of the residents of number 89. Would you like this outside your front door? Construction traffic is likely to exacerbate the poor condition of a wall of number 89. And here is damage caused by tree roots spreading from council land. This must be addressed in forthcoming party wall agreements and can be addressed in conditions 3 and 4. The existing right-of-way up the access road enjoyed by number 89 has not been respected. This must be addressed in a revision to conditions 3 and 4 and shown on the approved planning permission drawings. The loss of many trees along the access road remains very regrettable, and this can be avoided with a redesign. Now, your officers know you're able to buy number 89. Strictly speaking, that's not a planning matter, but we suggest you take this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good time as well. We have speakers in support of the application. Thank you very much. I've got two people. Are you able to come to the table? You're going to share the 3 minutes between you, I'm guessing.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, green light, thank you. Thank you. My name's Aidan Zol-Lutiner. I am a landscape architect with Arcadis Consulting, and I'm the project director for the design team for this application. The proposals have been carefully developed with both the special needs of end users and occupants in mind, but importantly in balance with addressing the residual concerns and challenges of the prior extant proposals. Achieving this required both a landscape-led approach and a comprehensive consultation, two leading themes of the project brief. This approach has helped to meet the various design and policy challenges, such as those presented by ecological, landscape and conservation designations. The result is high-quality, visually discrete but contemporary sustainable homes, sensitively nestled within the hillside against the backcloth of retained and enriched mature trees, hedgerows and grassland. The proposals include raised beds for food growing, supporting health and well-being, and a range of spaces for neurodivergent and disabled residents and visitors to either socialise or to decompress in solitude in the landscape. I'd just like to highlight a few key aspects in support of David's presentation. Firstly, on biodiversity net gain, this proposal differs from the previous scheme insofar as no compensation site is required, as important habitat is sufficiently protected on site. In respect of BNG, the proposed scheme meets the policy requirements for biodiversity net gain by maximising biodiversity on site together with off-site provision. For the latter, this project presents a pioneering opportunity to fulfil a key BANE's objective for creating BNG offsetting model and a recipient site. There's also an opportunity to deliver off-site BNG in partnership with community groups in the local area, such as within the informal local network called Greening Moorlands, or with friends groups such as...
We've got 1 minute left. Maybe
although site access requires the removal of a limited number of trees at the entrance, these will be replaced with native species. Furthermore, by designing for the expected low number of vehicles, the access routes have a minimum impact on and retention of the majority of trees along the access lane, which is achieved. Together with a considered lighting strategy, this protects the bat foraging dark corridor along the access lane. And finally, on drainage, this has been an emotive topic during the consultation process, but in summary, the proposals incorporate a robust safety factor for rainfall attenuation storage capacity for a 1 in 100 year event, plus 45% uplift for climate change. All of these proposals are supported in principle by Wessex Water and the Lead Local Flood Authority. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now, unfortunately, when people are speaking, they're only given 3 minutes under our procedures. Now, the first speaker didn't meet their 3 minutes, so I'm just going to consult with my colleagues as to whether we can actually hear the representations from Nick. Do you think it's fair and reasonable that we can do that? I mean, you've got 10 seconds. Well, I think we started a little bit later. We've got 20 seconds, maybe, if you can put your points forward. I'm really sorry, but, you know, we have to be very strict. And to be fair to everybody who addresses committee, we need to stick within the rules.
That's fine. I'll be as quick as I can. I think the key thing to focus on with this application is it's not about process or profit. It's about improving people's lives. In this case, the people with learning disabilities who've been let down by the market in terms of provision and often have to be housed outside the district. The Council intends to address this issue in the form of this proposal and others like it, and I would commend it to you on the basis of all you've heard from the case officer and from IDIN at the great lengths we've gone to make a compliant scheme. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm very appreciative of that. Okay, we have 2 more speakers to go on this one before we start asking David questions and then having the debate and making a decision. We've got Councillor Jess David, who's the local councillor for the Moorlands Ward. Obviously, we've had quite a lot of objections to this scheme, so you're obviously going to be speaking on their behalf.
Thank you, Chair. So this site has a long history of proposed development, and as committee members will be aware, it's been a source of concern for many in the community. There's an underlying disagreement about the suitability of this site for development, and I share their concerns that it is unsuitable due to its value for nature and its underlying geological and hydrological characteristics, i.e. land stability issues and the fact that it's very wet. On these grounds, I've opposed the site's allocation in the local plan and supported its use as a site that could be developed for nature with credits from our biodiversity net gain requirement. However, I accept that you are not able to change the site allocation today. I'm grateful that the previous development was scrapped. This was based on an untested scheme to recreate and translocate habitat to a separate site, which had no connection to the field or to the local community. The Council is now proposing a smaller and more targeted social housing scheme for adults with learning difficulties, which offers much greater social value and, I hope, lower environmental impact compared to the previous scheme. I sincerely appreciate the efforts made by the Council's housing team, the project team and Cabinet members to engage with residents over the past 3 years as they have developed these plans. Their work in sharing technical studies and meeting with residents and providing a point of contact has been important to building mutual understanding. The rest of my concerns focus on the areas where I know that residents continue to have significant concerns about the detail of the proposals. Firstly, on flood risk to neighbouring properties and the wider area. The applicant has provided detailed plans for managing both surface water and groundwater on site. However, the strategy is complex and residents remain concerned about the ongoing maintenance of the different features. As you will see in the drainage strategy, the catchment area for the site is a much wider area sitting above the site in Odd Down, and although it is at low risk of flooding from rivers and of course the sea, there is surface water risk. And as recently as January 2024, residents requested sandbags from the council because water had flooded their gardens and was at reach of breaching their homes. This development will rely on a system of sustainable drainage features as set out in the drainage strategy, and these must be inspected and maintained as frequently as every 3 months. These features will not be adopted by Wessex Water and so must be rigorously maintained by the Council or a contracted company, and I urge the committee to explore further how this will be done and what assurances can be given. There are also concerns about the risk of infiltrated water re-emerging downslope. From responses in correspondence, there are assurances that due to the geology, this is unlikely to cause a surface water flooding nuisance to residents on the downslope side of English Combe Lane. However, could this increase flows further down the slope in the Moorlands area? And if this is the case, I seek the Council's assurance that this will be dealt with. We already see the frequent popping up of a manhole cover on Monksdale Road, which is downhill from this site as a result of blocked drains and or increased water after heavy rainfall. Access to the site and the access road also remains a concern. Residents are worried about the width of the access road and the practicalities of vehicle access during the construction phase. The proposed waste and recycling system, which involves bringing 16 large wheelie bins and 4 more with food waste to the curbside at the edge of the access road, raises logistical challenges for the carers who will be working on this site. It's not clear how this can be brought to the end of the lane without blocking the pavement, and it will take a considerable amount of time for these bins to be dealt with by the cleansing team whilst waiting on English Combe Lane. Surely there must be a better solution for a proper bin store. There are also concerns about the sufficiency of parking for those visiting and caring for the residents on site. According to policy, it is recommended that 8 spaces are provided for carers and visitors of the residents. Local residents are concerned that this will not be enough and that the development will increase parking on English Combe Lane. The transport documents refer to good local bus services and refer to the R3 service. A personal bugbear, I wanted to be clear that this is not a service for local residents, but rather a once-a-day service for pupils at Ralph Allen School, and so is of no use to the proposed clients, their carers or visitors. And lastly, on the value of the site for nature, I note the comments by the Conservation Officer that this scheme offers a considerable improvement compared with the previous scheme, with a greater area of habitat retained and scope for future improvement, and this is welcome. However, this does need to be understood within the context of the earlier point that the allocation for development within the local plan of this site as a designated site for nature conservation interest does not necessarily allow for the best long-term solutions to safeguard, restore and optimise the ecological value of the site. As with the water management issues highlighted, I seek assurances that the promised habitat management will take place and will be prioritised. How can the Council ensure that the final development delivers the promised green booths and the level of planting that are so vital to its environmental integrity? What was the mechanism for reporting and monitoring on habitat
Could
development?
you finish off, please, Councillor David?
Over the next few decades. So finally, this site is inherently complex, and whatever the outcome today, there should be an ongoing dialogue about these issues. There will also be a significant impact on local residents during the construction phase, and this must be fully anticipated and addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll stay with spot on 5 minutes there. I interrupted you, Sue. You lost your step for a second there. Okay, the final speaker is Councillor Hedges, who is the ward member, or one of the ward members for the Odd Down ward, which is adjacent to, or quite close to this site.
Oh, you have to bear with me, Chairman. I've done this for a long time.
Not a problem.
My name is Steve Hedges. My ward colleague is Joel Hurst. Sadly, he has to work, or he would have been here. I'm really pleased that the site has been changed from what it was proposed to what it is now, although I would have preferred nothing to be built on it. And I represent about the 20-odd houses that back on from Skirtondale Road, which is our residents. By the way, it's not in Southdown, it's in Oakfield Park, because that's on the planning application. And they called Oakfield Park Southdown, and it's not. They called Odd Down Southdown, and it's not. So if we could get that right, I'd be grateful. Broadly, we are supportive of the application. We're really pleased that the application is being significantly improved, and the concentration of development has been reduced. Now, I put down here, really pleased that the ecology on site is going to be enhanced. Well, I hope it is, and it's not going to be just lip service, because one of the things that wasn't mentioned about the site is there's a number of roe deer, the little tiny deer, that breed there. And, I mean, I've been using that field from the age of 6, and I'm 67, so I know it inside out. The council has listened to a lot of the residents over the years about this site, but we are still concerned about a few factors. There are a significant number of objections from residents which need to be considered carefully. Flood risks for residents. I saw the bit on the plan about the floods, but if you were to go up there yesterday, or Monday, or Sunday, the whole field would have been a bog. I know this because I've been there when it's like it, and you'd be over your ankles in water. It retains an awful amount of water that floods in off of other areas. But as soon as you build on 90% of that land, that water's got to go somewhere else. And I don't think that the flood prevention is going to be substantial enough. So I urged you to future-proof it by, because give it 6 months or a year after this residence is built, we're going to be having our residents say we're being flooded because of surface water. So I commend what they're doing so far, but it needs to be future-proofed, because, believe me, we had 2 months' rain in 2 days, and that's not going to get any better, it's going to get worse. Access to the site is challenging, and the other thing that we would ask, and we would ask you made this a condition for the residents that have to put up with all the building that are so close to the site, is that no heavy plant is used before 9 a.m. and all heavy plant and all work is stopped at 6 p.m. so that at least some of the residents can get some respite from all the noise and activities. The site is important to the ecology, and it's important to enhance and protect the scheme as we move forward. And I think that's about it from me. I mean, I'm sad it was actually put into the local plan. I commend Jess David because of the work she's put into this. It affects her ward more than it does ours. But along with Jess, we've been against this from the beginning. If we have to have something on the site, then so be it, and this is probably the best thing you could get. And I'm all for things that help people with learning difficulties. My wife works with them, so obviously I've got a valid interest in that part. But just to say that we are broadly accepting of the plan, but the neighbouring people need to be looked after. If not, you will be hearing from me. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Hedges. I see what you mean about the locality. I think 2/3 of Oldfield Park are in Westmoreland. I have quite a lot of Westmorlands in Oldfield Park as well. So thank you for all the representations and the presentation. We'll ask members now if they have questions to ask David. Councillor Hodge.
Thank you very much to the Office for a very comprehensive report and a very comprehensive presentation. My question is about the management of the waste from the properties, and I'd just like to ask a bit more about how the current plans and how they'll work. I'm concerned about the practicalities of the carers or the residents taking their wheelie bins to Englishcombe Lane, especially from the most distant properties on the site. It's difficult to, I wouldn't mind knowing how many metres it is actually, whether it's 800 metres or how, it's hard to judge from the diagram how far you would have to walk with your wheelie bin to get to the road. And I wondered what else had been explored, and I'm presuming it's not possible for a council bin to come onto the site, and that's why nothing else has been explored, but I'd like to hear about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hodge. The waste collection issue has definitely been assessed in detail as part of this application. It's partly resulting from the low ecological impact that the development is targeted. So the reason that the bins are being moved down to Englishcombe Lane is because the roads have been designed to be really lightweight and really minimise the ecological impact. So that's why we don't have collection vehicles coming up onto the site. The previous scheme would have allowed that to happen with adoptable standard roads being built on the site. But this application has sought to minimise the ecological impact, and a kind of knock-on from that is that we have less sufficient roads, which means that we have to find an alternative. This is the alternative that's been presented. I don't think it's absolutely ideal, but if we're going to preserve the ecology, we do have to make some compromises in certain areas. And I guess this is one of the compromises. In terms of, you mentioned distances, the bin stores you can see highlighted in orange, the little stores to the sides of both units. So the plan would be that the staff at the development would gather the bins on collection day and take them down to the collection point. I don't know exactly how far that is. It's probably in the region of 100 to 200 metres. So it is a considerable distance, and it would take some time to do, but there is a strategy in place for that, and I have conditioned it as part of the recommendation that carers will carry out this strategy, and then as soon as possible following collection, they will return the bins back to the bin store. It should be workable, and we feel that we can enforce it as required.
Thank you. I've got one follow-up question. I feel I really have to ask, where is the exact location of the 16 bins? Has it been confirmed on the road? Is it divided between properties, or is it it's been raised by one of the objectors? Where is the location that they will be collected from?
You can, just to the right-hand side of this image, you can see that there's a rectangle delineated on the ground. So that is where the bins would be stored before being collected. We did consider putting them on the street on Englishcombe Lane, but that would cause more of a hazard to pedestrians. So we have considered alternatives, but this is found to be kind of the least worst situation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So, the bins the condition, there is a waste management plan as condition, so we could enforce if there was going to be a problem with bins being stored there. I mean, obviously, it's going to be a managed site, isn't it? So, there is going to be a degree of control there. And I guess, if there are complaints about the bins being left there, we could obviously enforce against that. Councillor Simon, you want to answer
Yes,
the question?
if I can follow up on this and ask you to go back to the previous plan you showed, that one. Can you just explain where the bin stores are? Are they the green and red squares, in which case there's only there isn't a large number of them? So is it correct that there's going to be 16 bins required to be stored, or will it be some lower number relating to the fact that I can only see 2 bin stores there?
So, the orange-red segments of those stores are the bin stores. There's one serving the east side, there's one serving the west side. Each of those stores would be able to accommodate enough bins for the 8 houses that form each cluster of the development. So
they won't have individual bins.
The houses won't have individual.
Sorry?
So I don't understand the question.
Each house won't have an individual bin in the bin store, will it?
Yes, it would.
I think, in which case, I can see a case for revisiting that and asking Waste Services to allow a larger size of black bin to be filled communally, which would need to be taken out. I can't see that these residents are likely to be generating the full load of the standard small-size black bin. And I would have thought that a larger size black bin, the sort we use for garden work.
You get onto a bit of the issue about the debate there, or the question, but yes, if you want to ask a question.
The question then is, would it be possible to revisit this to reduce the number of bins that have to be taken out?
Could that be part of the condition for waste management?
So we were working with the smaller bins, which results in higher numbers, so that they'd be more manoeuvrable and making it easier for the staff to manoeuvre them. If you have the larger bins, they become more challenging for staff to move. Obviously, as a council development, the Waste Services team will have the ultimate say in what bins they issue to the development, and that will happen separate to the planning process once the development is constructed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jackson and then Councillor Blackburn.
Well, carrying on that theme, I'm just trying to imagine somebody in a wheelchair who wants to get their bin down to this station. Now, we do at present, Baines, offer a service for disabled people that the refuse collectors come right up to your front door or wherever is appropriate to pick up the bins of disabled people. So how is that going to work on this diagram? And what is going to happen if, they do make a fair amount of noise, it has to be said, our refuse collection wagons. Suppose a wagon comes up to do this, and, well, you could get a situation where vehicles are meeting head-on just above that bin station and not able to get past each other, having to reverse back, knocking down somebody with autism.
Your question to David is...
So my question is, what are you going to do about this situation? I've got other questions, but that's
So it's not envisaged that residents of the development would move their own bins. The bins would be managed by staff. So the residents, whether disabled or not, would not be moving their own bins. The staff and carers that manage the site will manage the bins and make sure that they're moved to the collection point on collection day. In terms of noise, the collection would happen, once a week, a very limited period of time. I don't think that would be sufficient grounds to refuse planning permission for this application.
Thank you. I'll come back to you again shortly. Councillor Blackburn, do you have a question about bins or anything about ecology or drainage, perhaps?
I'm keeping with the bins, Chair, thank you. David, could I just ask, it seems to me that this plan is to integrate with curbside collections that are already happening on English Combe Lane. Obviously, we've got a built-out bit from the end of the lane as well. Have you, as part of those deliberations, actually considered the use of the smaller council vehicle that we do have, which is a refuse truck, but wouldn't have the weight and footprint that you'd concern about from a traditional truck that should be able to get up that lane quite comfortably and remove those individual bins and the rubbish contained, because putting bins out of that volume on a wet Wednesday is not going to be good for anybody.
That is an option, and yeah, that's for the applicant to consider with our waste services team. But can I just clarify something on the bins? That every dwelling is not going to have their own separate food bin, waste bin, recycling bin. There's going to be, I'm going to read off the plan, there's going to be 4 waste bins in each store, there's going to be 4 recycling bins in each store, there's going to be 4 waste bins in each store. And my experience from other sites very similar to this is when it's managed, you will fill one bin, and then you will fill the next bin, and there might be 2 bins in there that get filled each week. So what we've got here is a worst case scenario where there is room for 16 bins, but it's very unlikely in my experience, given the scale of development and the type of user, that we're ever going to get a scenario where you're going to be moving 16 bins. It's probably going to be much less than that each week, but the plan gives that allowance just in case it needs to be happening.
That's very helpful clarification, thank you. Councillor Jackson, you've got some more questions?
Well, carrying on the same theme, I would hope that the residents would be encouraged to recycle. So what is going to happen to the food recycling, the cardboard recycling, and so on? And as part of that, I would very much hope there would be a growing food activity, some sort of communal beds. Suppose they want a green bin. How is that going to work? Because we want them to compost, or will there be arrangements for composting on the site?
Yeah, I'm just going to reference the plan again. So in each bin store, there are waste wheelie bins, there are recycling wheelie bins, and there are food waste wheelie bins. So in each store, there's the opportunity to recycle in accordance with the council's own requirements for waste.
Another couple more questions, please. I mean, I would like a couple of things explaining if officers can manage that. First of all, I went on the site visit in 2011. I was up to my ankles in water the whole time. It was very squelchy. If we could have a little bit more explanation about how the water runoff is going to be dealt with, I would feel happier. Secondly, I haven't got my head round, perhaps one can explain, how this site is going to be managed, because we have far too many sites in Baines where there is a management company for 5 years, and then it all goes askew and it doesn't get properly managed. I could name a few places, but I won't. And thirdly, if we read the Natural England's response in the update report, they don't seem to have appreciated that this is the council who is the applicant, the way the second paragraph reads, as well as the fact that we are the planning consent body. And I would hope we could, is it possible to make it clear that these are 2 quite separate, streams of management, that this committee is not beholden to the applicant in any shape or form or way, if I've understood it correctly?
Right, David's just writing notes down. Okay.
There is quite a lot there. I did run through the drainage proposals in some detail in my presentation. I don't want to repeat that in full detail. I think that the main thing is I'm not the drainage and drainage engineer or drainage expert. I'm a town planner. But the main thing is the council's drainage engineer has reviewed the drainage strategy and it's been subject to multiple iterations following their responses and to address their concerns during the planning process. So significant changes were introduced to the drainage scheme, such as that overflow connection into the Wessex Water network. And they have reviewed the drainage strategy and confirmed in their expert opinion they find it acceptable. The feedback that I've been given is that this will offer significant improvement and betterment on the existing situation, which is clearly causing flooding of neighbouring properties, which is not a great situation that we want to have continuing, whereas this development will address that issue, and it will address it accounting for the effects of climate change with that 45% tolerance. So there's effectively 45% extra capacity within the drainage system to account for future changes in climate. So yeah, the overriding message that I've got from the Council's drainage engineer is that the scheme will offer significant betterment on existing conditions. Turning to how the site will be managed, it will be managed by the Council's housing team, just as any other council housing site would be managed. I believe there's structures, plans, policies in place for that, but that would all be established really following the planning process, and it's not been felt necessary to recommend any conditions relating to management of the site in terms of its ongoing use. We trust that the Council's housing service have sufficient management policies in place to take care of that down the line. On the Natural England response, I think there's maybe some confusion about that. The Natural England have pointed out that the habitats regulations assessment that has been undertaken has been undertaken by an ecology consultant on behalf of the council, who is the applicant, and it has been reviewed by the council's ecologist, who is separate to the applicant, completely independent, and the council's ecologist has adopted that habitats regulations assessment as their position, in that they agree with the findings of the ecology consultant that's been working on the project. The Natural England response was highlighting the fact that the council needs to clarify that it is adopting the habitats regulations assessment that's been submitted, and that is clarified within the council's ecologist's response on the application.
Thank you, David. Have you got any supplementaries to those three questions?
No, I just didn't want any member of the public to think that we were marking our own homework.
That's a really good idea.
We needed to get these points clarified.
Absolutely,
so
thank you.
Thanks to the office.
Councillor Hodge and then Councillor Simon.
Thank you, David. Just picking up on another aspect of the issue of the drainage, I just wanted to be clear, and apologies again if you've explained this in full in your report, but I understand from actually the ward councillor's statement that the drainage features require maintenance by the council, and that is to be every 3 months. And I just wanted to check that the conditions pick up that if it's necessary. And condition number 8, I've read that through and I'm not sure whether I've understood it correctly or not. That condition seems to be about the drainage design, and then there's reference to a drainage strategy. Does the strategy, is that just on the design, or does it set out how the maintenance will be delivered?
So we would expect a maintenance plan to be submitted as part of the full drainage strategy. So that will be secured as part of that condition, which will set out a maintenance regime for each of the the sustainable drainage features within the development. It's completely right that they need to be maintained appropriately to make sure they continue to function as they're designed for their life.
So, Councillor Simon, that was your question, was it, as well?
Yes, I mean, it was, is there an ongoing condition in the condition set that requires maintenance if maintenance is required?
So that would be, if once we receive the full drainage strategy, we would approve it, and then the approved drainage strategy must be implemented and maintained for the lifetime of the development.
Right, thank you. I think we've covered the main issues in terms of the questions relating to the concerns that have been raised and flagged up. Have we got any more questions? No. Okay, on that basis, we need to start... Oh, Councillor Duncan, sorry. The whole council.
Right, not a question. We're moving on to the debate.
We're going to move on to the debate, yes.
Right, can I kick off?
You want to start that?
Thank you very much. Right, thank you to the case officer. Very clear, comprehensive presentation. This is a site allocated for development in the local plan for about 40 homes. So the principle of developing this site is established. The public benefit, social value, is absolutely immense in this proposal. Just one small thing in passing, there was a bullet point that talked about autism and learning difficulties groups, but it's not just one group. People with autism do not necessarily have any difficulty learning. They just need a calm, quiet, predictable, supportive environment, which this would give. I can't think of any other proposal that I've encountered that's had so much attention to detail and been so sensitive to the issues. Ecological issues have been addressed, and other matters about this location have been addressed. The drainage scheme sounds very, very thorough and may ultimately be of benefit to existing residents as well. And I welcome the biodiversity net gain of up to 20%. To give our discussion focus, I would actually like to propose a motion that we accept the officer recommendation to permit, subject to the conditions that have been described. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a proposer, but we'll carry on the discussion for now. Councillor Hodge.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Hauser. I'm happy to second that motion. I feel that I'm pleased that the planning officers have spent time with the council's developers on this scheme to bring forward something that's much more acceptable. Pleased that the council housing team has prioritised delivering a smaller housing scheme for adults with learning difficulties and separately for autism, which fulfils an important need. And I'm glad that thorough consideration has been given to the environmental impacts. Also pleased again that we've meeting our policy of net zero emissions with this development. So I second this motion.
Thank you so much. Anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Jackson.
Well, I mean, it's nice to have confidence in the council, and it's a very worthy aim, but I do think we should be aware in the situation that councils find themselves in finance, we cannot guarantee that this will be forever a council resource available to the people who, I agree, absolutely need this sort of accommodation. I am myself disquieted about a number of issues which we've discussed already, drainage, for example, and the whole ecological impact of this development. We haven't discussed the police report on the whole question of security. There are quite a number of matters relating to highways. So I would be much happier if the proposer and seconder of this motion would consider delegate to permit, because I think we're all agreed with the principle, and it's a good one, and it can be made to work. But I think there are far too many loose ends floating around. So I would propose that we delegate to permit, knowing that the officers will sort out things like highways access, refuse collection, and the concerns of the police about security.
Okay. Do you want to come back to those points, or do you want to respond to them now?
Well, I would say obviously there is a motion, and it would be for the mover and the seconder to decide whether they wanted to amend that. I think if there was an appetite to go down that route, which officers would not recommend, we would need a much greater clarity than just sorting out the outstanding issues. I'm sure a number of the points of concern that have been raised have already been explained through the officer presentation as to how they've been arrived at as being considered acceptable. So if there was a specific point that was something officers could deal with under delegated powers, then that would be sensible. But we'd need to explore that a lot more in the debate, I think, before officers would be comfortable with sort of such an open-ended motion.
I'll come to Councillor Malloy and then Councillor Warren in a second. The crucial thing about this scheme is it's going to be managed. It doesn't matter who's going to be living there, it will still be a managed development. The road's not going to be adopted, we've acknowledged that, and you know, regardless of who runs or lives in the property, we've got conditions being put forward where we can take any form of enforcement action should there be any issues in relation to the drainage or problems with how the site is being run. And of course there's other legislation as well that can do that. So I think we do need to have some confidence that these issues, I don't think they should override the actual policy issue that this is compliant and there is going to be a significant gain to the wider community from this scheme. I'll come to you in a second.
Well, it was an amendment to my
of course it
motion,
was,
so
yes.
I need to give an answer. Listening to that conversation, no, I'm not willing to adjust my motion to delegate to permit because I think we've heard so much detail to this. I don't have any issue of which I lack any confidence or want further information. I think almost every avenue has been covered, and I don't want to add bureaucracy or delay to this in any way at all. And so my motion stands as I expressed it initially.
Thank you. And do you agree with that, Councillor Hodge?
Yes, I do agree with that, Chair. I'm just reflecting on Councillor Jackson's comments, but I feel I've questioned on those 2 points about the waste disposal quite thoroughly, and I feel confident about the delivery of all those.
Thank you. So, Councillor Malloy.
Thank you. I was just wondering, there are already a long list of... Is it not working? Is it working now? It's okay. So I know there's already a very long list of conditions, but I was wondering, just because of, hopefully it'll all go very well and be very successful for many, many years, but would it be possible to add in a condition that permitted development rights would be removed, in other words, because I'd be nervous, you know, that at any point the building would be extended and so on. I think I'm also very pleased that the total scale has been reduced. I think that's a good thing, but considering the ecological state of the area, I would like to be sure that further development would never be possible. Looking to the future, is that possible? I believe the Bath Preservation Trust had suggested that.
I'll let the case officer offer an opinion in a moment, but my view would be, well, first of all, again, it would be an amendment to the motion, so we would need to have views from the mover and seconder. But I think officer would be advised that wouldn't be necessary in this instance. Generally, the bar for removing permitted development rights is quite high, so you have to give quite a good reason for taking that away. This is quite a low-density scheme, so it's not like there are any concerns about sort of overcrowding or overdevelopment to that effect. There are also a number of conditions on the scheme already around landscaping, biodiversity net gain and ecology management, which will essentially preclude the development of some of those areas because they'll need to be maintained for biodiversity net gain to comply with those conditions. My advice with that that's absolutely not necessary. Obviously, members could still choose to go against that advice. I'm going to ask the case officer if he's got an opinion on the matter as well, if that's okay.
I think the proposed use is C3B. So I'll just clarify, Chris, do we believe that permissive development rights apply to that subsection of the use class order?
That's a very good question, and I think there's not absolute certainty. I think what we could do is if if this was something that the mover and the second wanted to take forward, you could delegate to permit to withdraw permitted development rights if that is, because we'd have to answer that question outside of this meeting. So if permitted development rights existed for this use class, which I unfortunately don't recall off the top of my head, then we could draft a condition to remove them. If they don't exist, then obviously that wouldn't be necessary, and that would be possible for you to do within the motion, albeit, again, our advice is that's not necessary in this case.
Okay. I think the crucial thing is this is a single comprehensive composite development, and it's going to be managed and owned by one body. It's not going to be, well, we presume it's not going to be sort of sold off to separate people, but they will then implement their own householder changes. So I will ask Councillor Hounsell, are you happy to carry on with your motion, or would you accept?
Yes, Chair. I don't want to make any change to my motion.
And same with you? You don't make any changes?
Yes, I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. Councillor Warren and Councillor Simon.
Thank you. Just going to step back from it. Look at the bigger picture. This committee would have obviously been different members, whenever it was, 2019, was it 2020, 21, whatever. Permitted this to have 37 houses, which, thankfully, on behalf of a lot of people, including the ecology in the area, the council didn't proceed with. I do genuinely think this is much better. There's been a lot of talk about a twofer. A twofer, to my mind, is a blocked drain. I have one at home. However, once the drain's been blocked and the twofer is formed, it becomes, I've just quite termed, ecologically enhanced, which then enhances the whole field that it's in, and you get fauna, you get plants that you wouldn't normally get. This is earmarked for 40 houses. Was that the right thing to do? I don't know. I think this is where this planning committee comes in, provides a buffer for maybe decisions that weren't quite right. I was council leader for 4 years, I made decisions that weren't quite right. You like to think you can go back and actually put them right sometimes. I'm still not convinced this is the right place to have a development. I think if this is development, it's a good one. I think the council have done well to actually walk away from the ability to build 37 houses, which they did have, which financially would have made more sense, a lot more sense. But would it have helped the ecology? No. Would it have helped the neighbours? No, it wouldn't. So I think that was a very wise decision. So rather than trying to move the ecology somewhere else, I don't quite know how you do that, if I'm honest with you. So I'm glad to see that it's actually made a lot of decisions to keep it there and improve it. The way the conversation is going, it looks like this may well come through quite whether I can support it. I'm not sure, if I'm honest with you. But I think the big deal is the bins outside, potentially 16 bins outside your front door. I liked Colin's idea. If you could just arrange for the smallest, so you keep the bins on site, that makes a big difference. Now, if you're walking outside your front door and you're hitting those bins, is it great? I don't know. It's not so. But I think the rest of it, I do applaud the applicant for what they've done. But again, whether it's in the right place, that's still an issue for me.
Okay, thank you. Well, of course, it's an allocated site. This is a significant improvement to what was passed at the previous committee, and it's got a substantial public benefit as well, not in terms of the accommodation that's been provided, but also the improvements that are going to be made for residents around it. Dan has already made it very clear that the bin discussion that's been going on is the worst case scenario. I don't think that, that one reason alone is sufficient to, overturn the recommendation. I say it's worst case scenario, hopefully, because it's going to be a managed site, there won't be any significant impact on amenity there. Councillor Simon.
Yes, I don't think this committee is entirely convinced by the refuse strategy, but I'm content to leave it to officers to have further discussions about the strategy, and if they think they can do better, they can always apply to vary the conditions. And so I'm prepared to join Councillor Hounsell's motion, because I think varying the specifics of the condition could do that. The other area that needed attention was maintenance of the drainage arrangements, and I think that Councillor Hodge was given sufficient assurance on that. I would just make one comment that I thought it was inappropriate for representations to have made reference to the possible sale of one of the properties outside to the council. Even if the council did buy it, there would still be residents at 89 and their amenities would need to be considered. So I thought that was an inappropriate representation to the committee.
Okay. Yes. The conditions, I mean, it's going to be minuted, so conditions need to be discharged. So the applicants, if this is approved, will have to submit an application to discharge conditions anyway. So if it's been minuted, that could be a full part of the negotiations in discharging that condition. Councillor Jackson.
I think Councillor Simon has identified an important point about varying conditions if the circumstances arise when the plans as we have them at the moment couldn't be executed completely. Having 126 trees in that area where they're designated to go is a good idea and will help with the drainage of the site considerably as the trees mature. But of course it's a free breakfast for the local deer. And I'm speaking from experience of the way deer have ravaged the centre of Radstock. So in a nice, quiet, secluded area like this, you might have a considerable deer problem. So I was wanting to ask, in that circumstance, might the council or would the council have to apply for a variation if they wanted to do something else with that area, possibly even putting up a bit more accommodation?
Yeah, any change to the scheme would require an application to either vary the scheme, or if it's something that falls outside of the scope of a variation application, a new planning application. There are some details that have been discussed already quite a bit about landscaping, final design, drainage, final design, those sorts of things, which the fine detail will be approved through the discharge of planning conditions, but that won't enable any sort of significant variations or changes to the scheme as presented to you today.
Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Chair. Very much echoing Councillor Warren's comments. You know, we know this site is in the local plan. Just a couple of observations, really, from me. Just along the road behind numbers 55 to 71, there are 3 large detached houses that have been built over the last 20 years. We're in a different place now than we were 20 years ago in terms of our understanding of climate emergency, etc. So from that point of view, it's not without understanding that some of this area has been built on before. I'm interested from the trees point of view. I happen to live and back onto a woodland that didn't exist nearly 60 years ago, and there isn't a management plan for it, and the deer are active. I'm just keen to see that. I haven't seen a condition about tree management. If they're maturing in 15 years, what's the ongoing situation from there?
Councillor Malloy.
Oh, right, okay. I was looking at the condition number 4 about the construction management plan, and so it's just to help me understand better. If the motion is to accept and permit rather than delegate to permit, does that mean that these hours in here cannot be changed because I understand it was requested that it should only be between 9 o'clock and 6 o'clock. And in here it says between 8 and 6, Mondays to Fridays, and 8 to 1 on Saturday. So will that be amended to 9 and 6, and then 9 and 1 on Saturdays, or is that no longer possible if we vote in favour to permit? Is it conditions as written, or can changes be made? So, question.
Chris?
Yeah, so there's a number of sort of construction management plan style conditions on here, all sort of aiming at slightly different things. Some are to do with managing and protecting ecology on site during the construction, which is obviously an important consideration. Others are to do with, ensuring good highways safety and access during the scene. And then I believe the one you're referring to, which is condition 4, is the Construction Environmental Management Plan, which is more about dust, noise, vibration, site lighting, and those sorts of things, looking to protect residential amenity. And it does actually say within there, it requires the submission of a detailed plan before development commences, but it does say that that plan should include no working to be carried out between those following hours. That sort of sets the parameters for whatever that plan could show. So that plan could come in for approval with those hours, and we would have to make a judgment as to whether we accept that or not. And I think we possibly would, because actually usually 8 till 6 is quite common as acceptable hours on a Monday to Friday. But it wouldn't preclude the applicant from putting forward a different set of hours that were within those parameters. I would just say as well, there is always a balance with regard to construction hours. People often overlook. The longer you allow construction during any one day, the shorter the overall time for the construction will go on. If you have a really tight time window for the construction during the day, the construction will be going on for more weeks and more days in total. So that's something to think about.
Okay, we understand your point, and obviously Councillor Hedges did, reasonably put forward that request. But we need to move on. I think we've got the motion and we've got it seconded. I mean, would you want to delegate to permit, or do you want to just get this through? Let's go to the vote. Anybody else want to say anything before we go for a vote? No. Okay, so Councillor Hounsell has put forward a motion to accept the officer's recommendation. That's been seconded by Councillor Hodge. Can we please vote in favour? Voting against? We've got none. And then have we got 2 abstentions? Okay, thank you very much. So the planning permission has been granted. Right, it's about 1:10. We'll adjourn and then we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. So thank you very much for your time and patience this morning, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the second sitting of this month's Bath and North East Somerset Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Ian Halsall. I'm the chair of the committee. Hello. Is that bleeping again? Can I ask everyone to switch off their phones and other devices? And I'll just advise you that the meeting is being filmed. If you don't want to appear on film, then if you let the operator know in the corner, he'll make sure the camera's not focused upon you. I've got my colleagues on the top table. I'll just introduce them to you for those who didn't watch or attend the meeting this morning.
Hello, I'm Karina Haskins from Democratic Services.
I'm Christopher Griggs-Trevarthen, team manager of one of the development management teams.
Hello, I'm Simon Elias, lawyer in the Council's legal team.
Thank you. And we have the highway officers and planning officers in the corner. They will be making their presentations and answering questions. Can I ask Karina to read out the emergency evacuation procedure, please? Sorry, I should have pre-warned you. Okay, I'll put my microphone closer if that's okay.
Okay, thank you. If the continuous alarm sounds, you must evacuate the building by one of the designated exits and proceed to the named assembly point. The designated exits are signposted. So from this room, you use the main door and then the main exit of the building. The assembly point is in Orange Grove on the green outside Browns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We shall... Just bear the way. Right, we move on to item 2, which is Chalfont in Chalcombe Lane, Lansdowne, and the case officer is Danielle. Would you like to do your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, this is an application at Chalfont, which is on Chalcombe Lane in Lansdowne. The proposal is for the demolition of the existing dwelling and the erection of 2 detached properties. So just on the left, we have the site location plan showing the extent of the existing property, Chalfont. The existing property is a single-storey dwelling. There has been lots of extensions, predominantly through to the front of the site, to the south, spanning it down towards the south access point. And then just on the right, we have the aerial image showing the extent of the garden. From this image, you will see the detached dwellings along Chalcombe Lane, and they stagger coming further forwards towards the west. So straight into the proposed site location plan. On the left, you can see the proposed dwellings. So the 2-storey property is to the east of the site, and that is referred to as Chalfont. And then to the west of the site, we have the single-storey proposed property, Saltus, which is to be sited within the existing garden space. On the right, we have the proposed landscaping plan, and that just gives an indication of the garden space, the proposed planting, the parking arrangements, and the home offices, which are proposed to the top north end of the site. So this is a front elevation showing the land levels of the proposal. So again, on the right is the property proposed for Chalfont, and then the Saltus single-storey property on the left. As indicated, there is quite a significant difference in ground levels. To achieve the property Saltus, there would be some ground excavation as well to site it lower than Chalfont. And then the bottom is just the reverse, so the rear of the proposed properties, and then the neighbouring dwellings are indicated either side. This is the view from the western boundary, and planting is indicated as well, which is proposed. So Saltus is closest to the west, single storey, and then above we have the property Chalfont, and then Turnsall is the existing property, and you can see that the staggered approach to bringing the dwellings further forward as we move to the west is achieved, and that can be seen in this image. And then again, at the top is still from the western boundary. You can see the stepped nature in height and in siting. And then the bottom is the eastern elevation of Saltus. And then in the background there, you can see the relationship with the neighbouring properties, Hermitage Lodge. What you can quite clearly see in this image is that the ridgeline of the property Saltus is pretty much similar to the eave height of Hermitage Lodge. This is the proposed elevations for Chalfont, so this two-storey dwelling. Proposed materials are stone and slate roof, which is considered to be in keeping with the area. And then the elevations for Saltis. Similar materials proposed here as well. And then just some floor plans for the home offices, which are sited at the very top of the garden to the north. And moving on to some site images. So the top image is the access of a Chalcombe Lane. The existing access is to be utilised for the proposal. And then just further into the access point in the bottom image. So the left-hand image is taken from the bottom left corner of the site, looking towards the front elevation of the existing property, Chalfont. To the left, you can see the small tree there. That is to be relocated to the front of the site, and that is the location for the single-storey property. On the right-hand image, we're looking towards the western neighbours, and again, the location for the single-storey property. And then further up the site, in the left-hand image, we get a view of the beech tree, which is protected by a TPO. No works are proposed to this tree during the application. The home offices are located to the top of that site within the root protection area, but measures have been taken to ensure that the roots of the trees would not be harmed via the development. And then, so this is the left-hand image is the top site pointed towards the location of the home offices, and again, a view of the tree. You'll see the tree is very established. It is a veteran tree. The branches are very tall. And then on the right, we have the tree again, but looking towards the western properties. And this is the rear of Chalfont. You can start to see the relationship with the property to the east in this image. Again, the gap where the single-storey property is to be located, and then the western properties also. So here you can start to see the stagger of the existing properties, and again the relationship with the property to the east, and then again to the right. The top image is taken with our backs facing the side elevation of Chalfont directly to the properties to the west. The bottom left-hand image is the existing property Chalfont, and you can see their balcony there. And then the property on the east is standing on that balcony towards the properties to the west. So there is already a issue with regards to privacy here. The officer recommendation is to permit the application for the reasons set out within the officer report. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Okay, we have two speakers. We've got one in objection and one in support. So could I ask Mark Reynolds if you'd be kind enough to come to the table? Good afternoon. Because we've got people watching online, if you could try and speak clearly into the microphone so everyone can hear you. Thank you.
Will do. Good afternoon, members and officers. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. I'm Mark Reynolds, a Chartered Town Planner, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of Wyvern Lodge, Hermitage Lodge and Hacienda, all of which adjoin the application site to the west and will be directly affected by these proposals. Our clients' concerns principally relate to the effect the development of two houses would have upon their living conditions and the character and appearance of the area. Chalcombe Lane is characterised by large single detached properties sitting in well-landscaped, generous plots. The dwellings generally have wide frontages, hipped roof forms, and do not extend deeply into their plots. Wider plots, of which there are a number, still only accommodate a single dwelling. The area has a pleasant, spacious, and verdant character. The proposal to squeeze two dwellings into this single plot would appear contrived. The plot is not wide enough to accommodate the two large dwellings which are proposed. The buildings, by necessity, would be excessively deep in planned form, with narrow frontages at odds with the wider fronted neighbouring properties. The buildings would lack an adequate setting, with limited space at the sides of the plots. The site frontage would be dominated by parking and garaging to accommodate the needs of two dwellings rather than one. Overall, it's my professional view that the development would fail to respect the local character and distinctiveness of the area, contravening the Council's policies on design, namely Core Strategy Policy CP6 and placemaking plan policies D1, D2, D5 and D7. And I would consider that members would be justified to refuse and resist the proposal on this basis. The proposed dwelling, Saltus, would be positioned at its closest 2 metres from the boundary of our clients' properties, whose rear gardens are only 11 metres in length. The side elevation of Saltus would extend the full length of the boundary of Hermitage Lodge in particular. These neighbours would lose their current outlook, and the gardens would be enclosed, resulting in an overbearing impact and some loss of light. The proposal to introduce mature 4.5 metre high Leylandii trees at the boundary would increase this overbearing impact rather than offer relief. These trees would grow at a fast rate, exacerbating the impact. The development would be contrary to policy D6 of the placemaking plan, which advises that developments must not cause significant harm to the amenities of existing occupiers, and this provides a further justification to refuse planning permission. More generally, there would be a loss of mature vegetation from the proposal, threats to a TPO-protected beech tree, and the proposals to plant a number of non-native species would be inappropriate. The contrived nature of the design of the 2 dwellings, at odds with the character of the area, and the overbearing impacts they would have on adjoining neighbours, coupled with the loss of infrastructure...
Could I ask you to sum up, please?
Yeah, are all indicative of the proposal representing overdevelopment. I'd encourage members to refuse this application to allow a more appropriate scheme to come forward, or for the existing dwelling, which is perfectly habitable, to be retained. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Reynolds. Okay. So I've got another speaker. We've got the architect, Glyn Davis. Would you like to come forward, please? Oops. Okay. Previous speaker just went over by about 10 seconds, so I'll give you 3 minutes 10 in total. If you'd like to press the microphone and speak when you're ready.
Thank you. We were advised that the main issues to be discussed would be overdevelopment, amenity impact on neighbours, and green infrastructure. With reference to overdevelopment, the gaps between the new and existing houses are similar to those between the other houses along Chalcombe Lane, and they follow the existing building line. To avoid overlooking, bedroom and living room windows are only on the front and rear elevations, which is in keeping with other houses along Chalcombe Lane. The plan I did showing the gaps between the houses was copied by the objector to claim that the plot was not wide enough. However, the proportions of the copy were distorted, reducing the width by 10%. As for the impact on residential amenity, we provided drawings showing that there is no overlooking of the adjacent properties, and a computer-generated shadow study proved that there will be no loss of sunlight or daylight, so there will be no impact on the amenities of the neighbours. The objector also included a sketch in which the height of Saltus was exaggerated, whereas the views we provided were accurate because they were automatically projected from the computer 3D model. With reference to green infrastructure, the case officer has confirmed that the information further information has overcome the initial concerns of the council's ecologist. The applicant and his family will occupy both houses, so this is a self-build scheme, not a developer's market proposal. Therefore, a BNG calculation was not required. Nevertheless, our proposals do achieve a significant biodiversity net gain. We wanted to conserve the condition of the beech tree, so the nearest Home Office, which is on the very edge of the root protection zone, is supported on screw piles, not concrete foundations. So there will be very little impact on the welfare of the tree. 4 rotten or diseased trees were removed and 3 small shrubs, all of which will be repositioned, one of which, will be repositioned. 14 new trees of native species are to be provided, 4 on the western boundary, positioned to screen any possible overlooking. Our ecologist consultant confirmed that the species proposed for planting are all of greater ecological value than those that would be lost and would provide a greater diversity of invertebrates, birds and other wildlife.
Could you sum up, please? Could you summarise, please? We've nearly come to 3 minutes.
Bat and bird roosting foxes. Sorry.
So we give speakers 3 minutes to address the committee. Your 3 minutes is finished, I'm afraid. So is there any final points that you'd like to make?
Well, fine. It's not feasible to retrofit the existing building because it's built in 1928 with cavity walls and no insulation in the floor, walls or roof.
Thank you very much. I'll have to ask you to finish now because, in fairness to the other speaker, they only have 3 minutes, and so we have to do the same with you, I'm afraid. But thank you for your representations.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. We'll move on to questions for the officer. So does anybody want to raise a question, please? Anybody? Councillor Simon.
There was reference made by the objector to a Leylandii tree, but I can't see that in your officer's report.
I believe that reference was to the proposed trees here, which are cited to be planted along the boundary. So in the officer report, it's not specified all the trees that are to be planted. It's quite extensive, but the green circles are the trees that are proposed to be planted, and the Leylandii tree, I believe, is T23, which is located where my cursor is.
What species is it specified as?
It is. I have it here. That's a very long word that I don't think I can pronounce. It is a Leylandii tree, I believe.
It's a golden rider.
There we go. Thank you.
Not a non-native Leylandii that grows out of control.
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Hodge.
Yes, thank you. I've got a few more questions about the trees and the green infrastructure. So could you just let us know a bit more detail about the 7 trees that were removed in pre-occupation?
So there were several apple trees to the rear of the site, dotted around here. They were removed prior to this application coming forward. It is important to note that the site is not within a conservation area, so the trees are not protected in that regard. The evidence was submitted for this application to demonstrate that those trees that were removed were diseased, and they needed to be removed because they were diseased, so that was the reason for that. The reason that we wanted to see that detail was to determine whether there was any bat roost potential, and we determined that they could have had potential. So they've proposed mitigation to account for that with regards to additional planting and bat boxes to be integrated into the scheme as well.
Okay, thank you. I've just got a follow-up question on the Arboricultural's report and her concerns about the TPO protected beech tree and your response to that. And I just, the recommendation was really not to have the home offices and the impact that might have and the mitigation required around the beech tree. But I'm concerned about, with the beech tree in the report, the future prospect of, even with a TPO protected tree, you can then subsequently ask for it, make a case for it to be removed or pruned. And the conclusion that's come to about that case not being strong in terms of an impact on the use conditions of the 2 home offices. Once you've got home offices under the beech tree, you can then claim that the light is affected to that. And I just wondered how you came to that conclusion that the case isn't strong to argue for future removal or pruning of the beech tree.
Yeah, so that was considered as part of the application. What helped with that consideration is the extensive space proposed for each of the gardens, which would not be affected by the tree. As I kind of showed in the photo, the branches are really tall and they're not low-lying and not directly interacting with the garden space. So whilst the root protection area is very large, the actual impact of that tree with regard to future nuisance is considered to be not as concerning given the extensive space, garden space allowed for each property. The home offices are not primary habitable spaces. If the dwellings were sited within that area, then there would be more potential concern with regards to future nuisance, but obviously they are ancillary buildings, not providing habitable accommodation, bedrooms or living rooms.
Can I just ask, in your recommendation in the conditions, you haven't removed any PD rights at all? Everything's still in place?
There's not a condition to...
Okay. So if approved, it would be permitted development to construct outbuildings in the garden, like these offices? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Councillor Jackson.
That and the previous questions were very much on the lines of what I wanted to ask. What exactly is a home office as opposed to a garden shed? And is there any way you could, well, I can't quite see why the offices have to be located where they are, where there might be damage to the beech tree and not closer to the house on the further side of the plot. But anyway, perhaps you could explain that. And secondly, I can't understand why anybody in their right mind would plant a Leylandii. Could you confirm that that is a native species? Because I am afraid I have my doubts. I also have bad experiences with Leylandii.
So with regards to your first question for the home offices, obviously this application has been assessed as proposed and for the applicant's preference to have the home office located at the end of the garden. That would, although it's called a home office, that is essentially an ancillary building which would have services within it to make it more than a standard shed, to use it as they please. And the assessment has been taken in regard to that and considered to be acceptable, and officers didn't consider the need to ask for them to be relocated. I am confident that they are native trees. That was something that was revised through the process of the application, because previously they were not native trees, and the ecologist is happy with the now proposed planting.
Thank you. Councillor Hounsell, you've got a question?
Yes, thank you. Just quickly, I do echo the comments about Leylandii trees. They grow fast, but they keep growing and growing and growing. Right. My question is, there was reference to a 2-metre gap by one of the speakers and an argument that this didn't fit with the street scene. Do you have a photograph to show us of the street scene that we could look at?
I have the aerial image, which may be of use. So the distance between the property Saltus and the western boundary at its closest point is 2.4 metres. Where it gets a little bit skinnier towards the rear, that distance is 4 metres, and that's the distance which is directly to the rear of Hermitage Lodge. I have undertaken measurements through the assessment to determine the width between the properties, and they are comparable. I don't have those figures directly on top of my head, but they are comparable with the distances, maybe a little bit less.
Thank you. Any more questions from anybody? Councillor Hodge.
Yes, thank you, Daniel. I've got a question about the extent of hard standing to the front of the properties. I suppose you can see it in that picture. It appears to me that the hard standing from the diagram you have, which comes straight from both houses, would be greater than is elsewhere along Chalcombe Lane. There doesn't seem to be much front garden to be left with the designs. Is that the case?
There is quite a lot of hard standing to the front of the proposal. Officers consider that it's not that much more than, if I just flick back, to properties along Chalcombe Lane. As we can see, and up further, there is quite a lot of hard standing for access points and for parking. It may be a little bit more than than neighbours, but it's not significantly more that the officers would consider would warrant a refusal on character grounds.
Yeah, I've got a second question. The overlooking distances usually are overlooking from the new property to the old, and something about 20, 21 or 22 metres is the threshold. I just wondered with the Hermitage Lodge, the fact that it overlooks the building at about 11 plus 2 metres, is that a consideration? It seems they seem very close together. So it's overlooking something and its amenity is impacted by that at a distance of less than 20 metres.
So those distances are accurate, and the properties would be sited close together, and that has been taken into consideration. What has also been taken into consideration is the existing overlooking issues of the site to walk from the balcony area and the ground floor living room of Chalfont and direct views towards Hermitage Lodge. Now, the proposal would see a single-storey property, and the primary visibility from Hermitage Lodge would be towards the roofscape. That roof and the side elevation windows would not directly cause overlooking between habitable rooms, in officers' opinion. During the site visit, a visit was made to Hermitage Lodge to view from the garden and from the upper floor bedroom, and hopefully that gave members a good idea about the relationship between the proposal.
Thank you. Just a question on the hard standing. I'm assuming it's going to be permeable and have adequate drainage. Thank you. Any more questions from anybody? Okay. In that case, we'll move on to discussions. Who wants to open things up? I think, sorry, it's in your ward, isn't it, Councillor Hodge? So, as is convention, the ward member gets to speak first.
Yes, I'll just say some general things that might bring the application to site to life a little bit. I'm aware that and only a few people are able to attend to visit the site, and other people might not be aware of it, but Chalcombe Lane is a well-known road within Lansdowne. It's characterised by large single dwellings, tend to have a wide frontage, and in verdant green plots of land with trees. I would say the green infrastructure is really what makes it such a nice place to live, makes a positive contribution to the character of the area. And in recent years, there has been an incremental loss of trees, mature trees in this sort of location as developments have progressed. I'd also like to note that the main buildings, the two buildings proposed, in terms of green infrastructure, include extra garages and home offices and parking area, which I think we need to think about along with the concerns of the arboriculturalists and their objection and the impact on the neighbours.
Anybody else want to say anything? Have we got anybody wanting to put forward a motion to support the recommendation or an alternative motion? Anybody? They all shout out at once. Thank you, Councillor Warren.
I mean, looking, again, it's a difficult one. So I've had a couple of them today. If you're near a neighbour, you're not going to like it. So what you have at the moment is a small building, big garden, plenty of green. There's been a loss of a few trees. It's too small. When you look at the bigger picture, it's almost that what's proposed seems to fit in a bit more than you think it does. So, on weighing up, I guess, I would move the officer's recommendation.
Okay, have we got anyone to second the motion? Thank you, Councillor Simon. Anything to say?
Yes, I think the architect has worked hard to respect the constraints of the site. It's been carefully analysed by the officer, and I think the balance always lies in creating housing when we can.
Councillor Hansel.
Thank you, Chair. As was said, it's a generous plot. It's an awkward shape, maybe, but it's a generous plot, and it's currently a poor use of the space. There's a consultation at the moment on a revised national policy planning framework, and it repeats what we've known for some time, that there's a desire to an encouragement to increase urban density. A house within a housing development boundary is much better than attempting to build something in green belt. This is at the end of a row, but looking at the block diagram, the gaps between the other properties are not overly big, and this seems to fit with that. So I would support the motion as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion to support the officer recommendation to permit. It's been seconded by Councillor Simon. Anybody else want to say anything before we vote? No? Okay, so all those in favour? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hodge, before we do that.
Yes, I'd just like to say that I think overall I feel it's overdevelopment of the site, and we do have, I think in any residential location that we all live, pulling down a house and putting two in its place will create two more houses and one extra house. But we do have planning policy that asks us to look in detail at the impact on the character and distinctiveness of the area and the impact on the neighbours. And that has to be balanced against the developments. And I feel the balance sits in a different direction.
Okay, well, I'm sensing your vote. So all those in favour of supporting the motion? And against? One. And abstentions. Councillor Jackson, did you vote? Oh, thank you. Okay, so the motion is carried. And, on the land, yeah. The motion has been carried and planning permission has been granted. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. It's in Clutton. It's Hartley Wood. And the case officer is Ed. This is an outline application, and Ed will explain that shortly. So we're just discussing the principle of development on this site rather than any detail. Okay, Ed, are you ready to go? Thank you.
Yeah, hi everyone. So this is an outline planning application for 9 units at Hartley Wood in Clutton. The site is that black dot there. I'll show you a more accurate red line plan in a minute, but this is just to give the context of the discussion really, and sort of the main basis of the officer report. So you can see there the housing development boundary of Clutton outlined in black, Farnborough, and the other one is High-Lytterton. So there's an aerial image of the site on the left and an existing site plan on the right.
Apologies, we seem to have a technical problem there, but we carry on.
Okay, yeah. So here is the proposed site layout, and just remember it is outline. On the left-hand side, you can see the yellow blocks, that's the proposed, and the red dashed boxes are built development that's already there. So this is within the context of previously developed land. So sorry, I forgot to mention, we are in the green belt. So we're looking at previously developed land. So that diagram on the left there just shows how we consider it as previously developed land. So it's outline permission with access. So here's a closer look at the access to the site. And again, just a more kind of zoomed in version of the concept site layout. And again, concept elevations of what design might look like. And obviously that would be subject to reserve matters should it go there. So here are some site photographs. Top left is sort of from the lane, or the main road is a country lane looking down towards the site. And you can see some of the buildings there that would be making way for the new housing. So the officer recommendation is to refuse based on the officer's report due to a site's remote location outside the housing development boundary.
Okay, thank you. So just to repeat, you recommend a refusal on the basis of its location outside the settlement boundary. We'll ask questions in a little while. So we have some speakers. We've got Barney Bonner from Clutton Parish Council. Is it Councillor Bonner? You're a parish councillor? Yeah, okay, hi
there. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Barney. I am the Vice Chair of Clutton Parish Council and also a resident of Clutton. Clutton Parish Council wanted to take this opportunity to put forward our views and opinions on the proposed development of Hartley Wood as set out in this application. This application was discussed at a Parish Council meeting and the following items were considered prior to the Parish Council voting in favour of the development. It is recognised that the site is outside of the settlement boundary and also within the green belt, both of which we take quite seriously. But despite being in the green belt, the Parish Council are of the opinion that the proposed scheme offers the following benefits. There is a significant reduction in built form and building footprints on the site, and this would improve the overall openness and visual amenity of the green belt. The reduction in building scale and mass from large sheds to lower scale domestic buildings, again, in our opinion, this has a positive impact, a visual impact on the local area. The site can be considered as a brownfield site as it is previously developed land with quite an extensive and intensive commercial use. A large increase, another big plus point for the development we feel is the large increase in biodiversity of the site. There's a 55% uplift in ecological value, according to the BNG data, that would actively better the site and local area. The loss of the arena floodlights has a hugely positive impact on the reduction of light pollution in the area. We recognise that the Parish Council are not transport consultants, but it does seem logical to us to assume that vehicular movements to and from the site will be less than the current use. It's also very easy to walk to the Hunter's Rest from the village. I've personally done that on several occasions. The proposals will provide new homes for the village that help to promote the local economy and sustain our local amenities. We recognise this as an outline application, but the proposed layout and visuals were deemed to be of high quality, and the appearance of the new dwellings would be a visual improvement to the Greenbelt over the existing site. We feel the proposed scheme would supply much needed, high quality new homes to the local area within walking distance and cycling distance of local amenities. And it is for these reasons that Clutton Parish Council voted in favour of these proposals. And as representatives of our local community, we're of the opinion that the development has benefits for the local village and area as a whole.
Thank you very much for staying to time. We have another speaker who is the agent, obviously in support of the application, Mr. John White. If you'd like to come forward and meet the committee.
Good afternoon, committee. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to present to you the significant benefits of this outline planning permission that clearly outweighs the objections. As you have heard from your planners, the main reason for recommendation for refusal is based on factors we fully acknowledge. However, it is important to note, apart from highways, all other Baines consultees are in support of the application. Firstly, we have acknowledgement from Westling that they would pick up if built, and we would acknowledge that this has previously held little weight. However, the new Transport Secretary has announced funding of an extra 300 million, giving local leaders direct control of their bus services in order to offer improved service into rural communities. the likelihood of Westlink service being retained is now far greater. Secondly, we refute the assessment that the site is isolated. In fact, there are 43 houses within 750 metres, a large local pub next door, an industrial estate within 300 metres, and the actual village is only just half a mile away. Being outside the village boundary presents some irony. The fact is, we could have applied for direct conversion of the existing unsightly buildings for several large buildings under paragraph 84 of the MPPF, and the Transport Consultee could not have objected to an application in that form and this location, and it would have been policy compliant. It is simply due to the sustainable, ecological and balanced housing mix gains that we apply for a more sympathetic new build scheme, which has been strongly supported by the Land Consultee and gives so many enhancements. The benefits of the proposal are numerous and far outweigh the reasons for refusal. A sensitively designed courtyard proposal that reflects a countryside stable block that nestles in the wider landscape. A reduction of built form of 61% in the Greenbelt. A biodiversity gain of 55%, a significant reduction of negative light spill from the floodlights that exist there. Provision of a more sustainable, more efficient, energy-saving homes. And a 63% reduction in traffic numbers. Therefore, I respectfully request that you support the overall planning gains on this previously developed brownfield site, and you'll give your backing to the parish council and to this local community.
Thank you.
Thank you for your...
Spot on 3 minutes. Thank you very much for that. Finally, to speak, we have the local ward councillor, Councillor Sam Ross. Hi there. And as you are the ward member, you've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm actually speaking in support of the officer's recommendations to refuse this application, as I do not feel that this development is appropriate, sustainable, or in line with national and local planning policy. While the applicant has sought to address previous comments regarding the vision impact of the development and has also given some consideration to how residents may travel to and from the site, there is no getting away from the fact that this development would be an isolated settlement of just 9 houses situated remotely from Clutton or any nearby villages, and almost 100% of their journeys to and from would most definitely be made by car. The Parish Council has acknowledged the reliance on car transportation, but their support of this application makes no reference to national or local policy, including their own neighbourhood plan. This is disappointing, as I feel it undermines the position of such plans at the parish level, while also not appreciating the local plans and policies that reinforce the necessity of sustainable development and transport as outlined in the recent partial update. I have noted some recent comments on the application relating to the need for more homes in Clutton and the surrounding villages. However, over the past 10 to 15 years, around 65 to 70 new homes, many of them affordable, which are not included in this site, have been and are still in the process of being built within the housing boundary of Clutton, increasing the number of houses by around 10%. This is similar to other neighbouring villages that have also seen an uplift in housing of around 10% over the same period. Clutton's recent developments have taken advantage of existing brownfields and infill sites, placing residents directly within the community and right next to local amenities such as the playgroup, school, village hall, social club, recreational field, play area and pub. This new development, being so far removed from Clutton or other neighbouring villages, would receive none of those benefits. King Lane, along with Flats Lane and Clutton Hill, is a busy rural lane. This network of narrow hedge-lined lanes supports the industrial estate next door, bringing heavy goods lorries from the A39 and A37, plus agricultural vehicles from local farms. While residents from Farnborough, Chelwood and Highlighton also gain access to the A39 and A37 via this network. The national speed limit of 60 miles an hour is in place along all but the bottom section of Clutton Hill. While residents walk along these lanes, they do so at their own risk.
It should also be noted that high rainfall turns these lanes into lakes at best and torrential streams at worst. On Monday, I had to take a detour along the A39, A37 via Farrington Gurney to Clutton due to the knowledge that there would be severe flooding at the bottom of Clutton Hill, along the Lower Bristol Road and on the A368 at Chelwood, despite recent extensive draining works at all these locations to try and alleviate such issues. There is no easily accessible bus network from the proposed site. The bus stop on the A39, which has no shelter and where there is also no crossing for access, is not a reasonable option to access the one regular bus, the 522. It should be noted that the 349, as stated in the highways section of the officer's report, was cut last April along with most of the rural bus infrastructure. The 522 is now the only timetable bus in the area that offers an hourly service to Bath, but only if you have the time available for a 90-minute journey. Would you choose a 3-hour round-trip commute to work or school every day, when you could achieve the same by car in 30 minutes each way? Westlink would also not be a reliable alternative, and I question why WECA would consider a bus stop for just 9 new houses, when 40 homes at Hobbs Wall are currently unable to book Westlink, yet face the same issues of unpaved, unlit, winding roads, in this case the A39, with cars travelling at 60 miles an hour to reach the same bus stop. As for cycling on the proposed supplied e-bikes, I cycled to Twerton from Farnborough for work for 10 years, and I can guarantee that rural lanes and A-roads are not for the faint-hearted. If you're moving to a remote rural location and are used to using your car, then walking, cycling and public transport are unlikely to feature as your first choice to get around. While I'm all for promoting more active travel when such routes don't exist in this part of the area and are unlikely to feature for quite some time, if ever, pragmatism and reality do need to be a consideration. Overall, there is plenty of scope for better placed and affordable development within Clutton's housing boundary and adjacent to it along the A37, where more sustainable methods of transport are more readily available. Both of these are supported by Clutton's neighbourhood plan. Allowing yet another small-scale development some distance from the local community brings no real benefit to Clutton and its community, but simply adds issues with the local road network while providing none of the sustainability promoted by this council. Therefore, I would ask that you support the recommendation to refuse.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ross. Have we got any questions to put to Ed? Councillor Hansel.
Thank you. I want to ask a question, but exploring really the relevance, if any, of an appeal decision at Elm Grove Farm in Hinton Blewett. It was an application some of the people here might recall. Just very briefly sum up. It was a conversion, an extension of a barn to create one new dwelling and replacement of all remaining buildings with 4 dwellings. Now, the appeal inspector remarked that the site was within an area with limited services not served by public transport. She also recognised that it was against our local plan's policies because of its remoteness. She even noted that the 4 new dwellings would harm the character of the appearance. Now, the reason why she approved the application and permitted the appeal is that there was a fallback position of using the existing buildings. And the inspector argued that actually what was being proposed was clearly better than transforming the original farm buildings, greater biodiversity net gain and so on. So I'd just like to be helped to understand what's the difference between that and this. This was accepted on appeal, but this is being recommended for refusal. So could somebody help me with understanding the difference?
I think obviously every site has its differences, but I think the main thing is that, as you referred to, they did have a fallback position. They had a prior approval or they had a permission that they could actually fall back on. No such permission. There's no fallback here. There's no previous permission. So that's how it differs from the appeal scheme quite a lot.
And just add to that as well, I believe the appeals scheme you're referring to was actually adjacent to a housing development boundary. It was just outside, whereas here we are talking about something that's about over a kilometre away from the nearest housing development boundary.
That's interesting, thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Well, I think in every kind of decision we make, it has to be policy compliant. And this is what concerns me here, that we possibly have a conflict of policies between a development in the green belt outside the housing development boundary, and I'm wondering how those two balance each other off. Of course, up until whenever it was, September last year, there was a bus to Hinton Blewett. Okay, it's only once a week, and there was a regular service to Clutton, but that's disappeared. So the isolation is an important factor I think we need to consider. I mean, particularly if whoever lives in these dwellings had teenage children needing to be got to school. What I wanted to ask was, though, going back to this question of placemaking plan and so on, I believe that the village shop has closed. And is it an RA1, an RA2 or an RA3 village, please?
I don't think it's. I don't think the site's in the RA village.
You might need to clarify your question a little bit, because obviously the site is not in any settlement. Are you talking about Clutton? I can look that up for you, but you might need to come back to us on that as to whether it's an RA1 or an RA2 village. But I don't believe it has that many facilities or shops or services, which I think is the key point here.
Councillor Malloy.
Thank you. I just wanted to check, is it correct that it's only proposals where there are 10, a minimum of 10 dwellings proposed where some should be affordable housing? Because in this case it's 9, so it wouldn't be applicable. It's just, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. So if it's 9, they don't need to provide affordable housing.
Councillor Simon.
If I could address a question to transport. Firstly, are there any footpaths that give reasonable access to the development site? And secondly, I think since we wrote the policies, Westlink has come along, and demand-responsive transport might be a solution, but what weight do you give to the existence of demand-responsive transport in reducing car usage?
So answer the first question. In terms of within the highway, there are no designated footways alongside most of the local road network. There are other public rights-of-way, footpaths, and it's whether you consider that to be a reasonable way to access local community. The Highway Authority does not. In terms of Westlink, we give it extremely limited weight for a number of reasons. The way it operates, the way it actually is a demand-responsive service, so you might not have any guarantee in terms of when your journey can take place. And it's been touched on previously, but the funding for Westlink runs till April 26. And at the current stage, there's no guarantee of any further funding beyond that. So in terms of our interpretation of the weight that should be given, it's very light, if anything at all, in terms of assessment.
Thank you. Anybody else got a question? No? Okay, we'll move on to discuss this. So it's a development proposal in outline, but it's not in the settlement boundary and it's in the green belt. Now, whilst it might be a brownfield site, we need to compare this against the adopted policies, and as Clutton Parish Council and the applicants have set out, they are arguing that there are material considerations to possibly go against the officer's recommendation. This includes, improving the visual appearance of the site. It would include biodiversity net gain. It provides rural housing. The question is it the right rural housing? But obviously it is in an unsustainable location, and it will be 100% car dependent, as I think we've worked out from the questions that have been asked. So does anybody want else to speak? Yes, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm happy to, well, I don't know happy, because it's there are complicated principles involved, but I will move the officer's recommendation on the grounds that this site is too isolated, and it's in the green. I mean, the green belt is the green belt. is the Greenbelt. It's outside the housing development boundary. And there's another question we haven't discussed. I can't see that there's a reason why this shouldn't at some time in the future be some part of agricultural business, revert to being an equestrian centre, some kind of rural activity might be possible. So I wouldn't want to see it shut off because there were a couple of houses there. So I'll move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Before I ask for a seconder, it was interesting the point that Councillor Hensel made about the permitted development in Hinton Blewett. Now, that scheme did have prior approval, and it was on the settlement boundary, which I think is different to this one. So this particular site doesn't have any form of prior approval, so we can't use the fact that, all housing is allowed regardless of the highway issues. Therefore, it's a red herring in that case. So, Councillor Warren, you wanted to make a point.
Yeah. I know this place for a long time. I know when this started up as a riding school, it was actually in competition to me. And just in answer to your last question, Eleanor, it'll never be an equestrian centre. That business, sadly, is dead now. And I can vouch for that. I've been doing it forever. And without sounding arrogant, we're one of the best. And it just doesn't work anymore, unfortunately. There's just nothing in it. So that's not going to happen. There's not enough land for agriculture. But just going back to I think the big issue with this is I'm not sure the Greenbelt, because it's previously developed land. And you're going to actually have less on the ground than you do at the moment. So I think if you go onto the transport, when this was a riding school, we ran a riding school, and on a Saturday and a Sunday, each day you'd have 100 cars coming in and 100 cars going back out again. So you'd have 200 car movements. Now you've got an awful lot of car movements now with the dogs, etc. So I think with the housing there would be less vehicle movements in and out the lanes. To rely on the bus, I think we've got to be real here. I'd love to get on a bus outside of my place and come in. There is no bus because it doesn't pay. There's getting less and less buses. Westlink, if it works, fantastic. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And, however, if this applied, there never would have been any villages, there never would have been any houses built ever, because no one could ever get anywhere. Which, if there was a bus station outside, great. I mean, to me, this place is built to be a coach. You've got the track going down to it. You've got the buildings already there, which aren't the prettiest in the world. And I think it lends itself. And it's not far. Where it's not the top of Mendip, middle of nowhere. It's half a mile from Clutton. I've walked up and down there, countless times, putting things through letterboxes, vote for he that is no more an MP. And it's not hard. You're not far out the village. There isn't a bus, and I think the one reason that it's stopping this is probably no bus, but I think that would stop everything. So I'd be on the alternate side, and I think it'd be really useful houses in the village. They're bigger, they're not starter houses. However, they then make more space so that people can move up from the starter houses, so more can move in. So I'd be very much in favour of this.
Thank you. So you clearly feel that there are material considerations to go against the officer's recommendation and the policies adopted?
Absolutely. I think this is what we're here for sometimes. The policy doesn't quite work. And in this one, it doesn't work. I mean, sadly, it's not big enough to be agriculture anymore. No, you need thousands of acres. Your question's finished. I wish it wasn't, but it is. We could blame Brexit for that, but I won't bring that into it. So, yeah, I would be against the officer's recommendations here.
Okay, thank you. We've got a motion to go with their recommendation, but I've got some other people who want to speak before we get a seconder. Councillor Hodge.
So I'd just like to second Councillor Jackson's motion. Sympathetic to the points made and the points made by the parish council, but my feeling is this is just not quality compliant. If they were delivering affordable housing for the rural community, we would have a case to answer, but it doesn't meet any of the rural exceptions because it's not providing affordable housing. So it's, as the officer has set out, it's contrary to DW1, contrary to the housing development boundary in which offers rural exceptions for affordable homes, and it is contrary to Greenbelt G for redevelopment again, because it doesn't meet an identifiable affordable housing need, as well as being in an unsustainable location. So.
Thank you. Before we vote, there's a couple more people on the speak. So Councillor Blackburn, then Councillor Hansel.
Thank you, Chair. Just echoing some of the comments from Councillor Warren, I think there are times when you have to question policy, and I absolutely appreciate it's not policy compliant, it's outside that housing envelope, so I get that, and also from an affordable, when somebody comes and presents us with 9 when it could have been worked up as 10 and 1 affordable or social housing would have been far better to at least make me look at this in a bit more sympathetic way, but thinking everyone's going to get on a bike or be on a bus when we're clearly showing a vehicle movement reduction for this site is also something also to consider. That's my observation.
Thank you. Councillor Hansel.
Thank you, Chair. I think what puts the arguments very clearly is a extract from the National Policy Planning Framework. It says, planning law requires that applications for planning permission be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So what this is all falling or all coming to is, are there sufficient material considerations to indicate otherwise? I think we all accept that it's against policy, and at the moment I think there isn't enough other matters, material considerations, to go against the policy. If there was some more elements like, some affordability or some public benefit or, etc., it might actually satisfy that reason to give permission. At the moment, I think there isn't enough there to go against the policy, but it could be that a revised application might be successful.
Thank you. Well, indeed, yes. You put forward a very clear view there. We'll take a vote if anybody else doesn't want to speak. So the recommendation is to refuse in accordance with the officer recommendation. All those in favour? We've got one objection. Thank you. So, yes, the officer recommendation is carried and planning permission is being refused. The next application is for Hillcrest in Pensford. Angus, Angus. Ed, you're the officer for that one. Okay.
Yep. Okay, yeah, so this next application is for 2 bungalows in Pensford. You can see the site outlined there in red. So it's currently the garden area of number 48. We are in the green belt, but we are, as you can probably tell from the sort of built-up nature of the area you can see on the left, we're in one of the infilling areas where infilling is, in principle, okay, subject to other recommendations. So here's a closer look at the 2 units, each with a rear garden and a driving space to the front. It'll also have bin storage and some ecological enhancements as well, which I'll touch on later. So here's an existing and proposed site section, existing on the top and proposed on the bottom. And a look at the front and rear elevations. And the side elevations. And here's a look at the floor plans. So here are some site photos. I might have to refer back to the site plan in a minute to remind you of how this is accessed. But that photo on the left-hand side is looking up towards the main road. And you can see the road following down along that fence line. And then there's some trees there popping up, and that's where the site is. So there's a garage block opposite, and the photo on the right-hand side is the site itself. And again, this is on the site, so looking towards number 48 and also the side boundary. So the officer recommendation is to permit for the reasons set out in the officer report.
Thank you, Ed. We have the agent, Sasha Berezini. Thank you. Okay, hello there, and you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. Even better, I wish everyone did that.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Sasha Berezin. I'm a chartered town planner, and I'm here to speak in support of this application on behalf of the applicant, who is a small local builder and looking for a project to deliver housing in his locality. The 2 new bungalows are proposed in place of a recently demolished garage and at the end of quite a long underused garden in quite well-established residential area of Pensford. This is exactly a type of small-scale project that local and national policy encourages, and it would contribute to the supply of rural homes in the green belt, where, as we know, opportunities are rare. But it's still within the identified housing development boundary and infill boundary, and in a sustainable location close to all the services in the village. Houses here would not conflict with any purposes of green belt. There would be no unrestricted sprawl of development. They would not encroach into countryside, and they would not harm the individual identity or character of Pensford. Small projects such as this make efficient use of land in the sustainable locations, and they have lesser harmful impacts upon communities when compared to bigger housing projects, and can be delivered much quicker, which is recognized in NPPF. The neighborhood plan and housing survey carried out in Pensford showed the need for smaller homes in the village, either for all the residents wishing to downsize or young people in the parish looking for their first independent homes. In terms of local character, residential use here is completely compatible. It's a residential suburb of the village. It's also compatible in terms of pattern of development, density, and the way the buildings face access road in Hillcrest. This long garden is actually backing onto bungalows, and in terms of character, bungalows here are more appropriate than a 2-story house. And the proposed layout demonstrates that the site is spacious enough to put 2 houses along with gardens and parking, and they're the same size as neighboring bungalows to the south, as you can see. They would not appear as overdevelopment or be harmful to the varied character and appearance of the area. Furthermore, the site is quite screened from the main road, so visual impacts will be limited. In terms of residential amenity, neighbors would retain acceptable living conditions. The same goes for future occupiers of these bungalows. This is because the proposed house is a single story, but also there is a sloping side, so the houses would be set down in relation to their nearest neighbors. The planning officers carefully considered this proposal. We have gone through a process of intensive negotiations, and now there are no objections and the recommendations for approval, and I would hope you would reach the same conclusion. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ed, please? My question is, are the PD rights still intact with this recommendation, or would you be recommending they're removed?
I believe we've recommended they are removed via condition.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else got a question? No? Well, Councillor Hodge, do you?
It's only for consistency, really, and I don't see any evidence of it, but is any trees or anything being removed in this planned development?
Yeah, so there's 2 trees that will need to go. They're not, I mean, obviously all trees are important, but they're not TPO trees or protected via conservation area. But we've attached, or we've recommended to attach a landscaping condition which would seek replacement trees.
Councillor Malloy.
Thank you. No, I just had an observation really about the cycle stores, which are at the end of the gardens, and also one in the current house I see. Will there be any kind of hard footpath put in, or is that not a planning matter? Because I'm just thinking it's not very practical in wet weather to, you know, have to go right to the end of the garden across grass. Would it not have been an option to have it near at the front of the house?
I think arguably it could have been, but it's not an area of concern. Officers would sort of seek revised plans on it, but I get your point.
Okay. Right, we shall have a discussion about this. My point, or the point I want to make, is we called this to committee because the parish council objected on the grounds of overdevelopment. Whilst it's being recommended for approval, and we're seeing two very modest houses which will contribute to the supply. There may well be within the affordability of local people, which is obviously a positive aspect. The question is, given that we're recommending removing PD rise, doesn't that suggest that it's actually an overdevelopment and maybe just one house would be more appropriate than having two? Anybody else got a view? Yeah, Councillor Warren?
Yeah, I feel I'm taking over the show here. I think it's useful to have two smaller houses in the village, from one. I like it. I think I'd agree with the officer on this one. I'm not going to move anything yet. I will in a minute if nobody else does, but I would be in favour of this.
Well, I'm about to move it, but yeah, I personally feel that two smaller dwellings is probably more beneficial, and you know, with the frontage of half a dozen back lane garages, a larger, more expensive property might be less attractive to be developed, and I think this is right, so I'd like to move the motion to.
You'll move, thank you. Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, I make a similar point, and in contrast to my view on the earlier application, what I feel is different about this one is that I don't think there is the distances of the neighbours are upwards of 18 metres for these two properties, and there is some similarity in size with the properties opposite in delivering them, and I see the benefit of having two smaller affordable homes in this location. But can we delegate the issue of the PD rights? Is that something we can delegate to be removed?
It's already a condition. It's already a recommendation.
Sorry, I wasn't concentrating.
So so the recommendation is to permit rather than delegate a bit.
Okay,
are you prepared to second the motion?
Yes, I'll second.
Okay, so we've got a motion from Councillor Blackburn, seconded by Councillor Hodge. Councillor Hounsell wants to make a.
No, just a small point. I think you better explain to members of the public what PD rights are. You know, what does PD stand for?
Yes, Ed, would you be happy to? I mean, I can do it, but if you're happy to just advise people.
So, in short, PD rights, and in some cases, can allow you to undertake certain works without needing planning permission. That's a very, very simple explanation, but it's actually quite technical as to what you can and can't do without planning permission. But there are rights that are given, but there are certain things you can do without needing planning permission.
Yeah, I should apologise to people listening that we're talking a lot of jargon in planning. PD rights, permitted development rights, so it's your right as a householder to extend your house or make alterations to it. But in this case, it is felt that the benefits of having two properties justifies removing the permitted development rights because of the size of the site. Okay, Councillor Malloy. Oh, and then Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, no, I'm all for, you know, having more smaller units, as it were, but I think there was some concern about parking. Is it correct that there's only one space allocated per dwelling, and is that all policy?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get involved. Yeah, there's one space per dwelling, and that accords with our adopted standards. So maximum standards these days. So yeah, that falls in line with the scale of the development.
Okay, so parking is acceptable. Councillor Jackson.
Well, I was just going to comment that Pensford is well connected for a bus service, so if you didn't have 2 cars per house, it would be quite easy not to need a second car. But what I wanted to say was, I know every planning application should be considered on its own merits, and every settlement has its own character. But I can think of at least 5 similar applications in Westfield, where Westfield Parish Council has objected to the application, and we've lost. So I can't see that this one would be one on appeal if we were to refuse it now, because overdevelopment of the site, I'm afraid, at the end of the day, although the measurements are important, is quite a subjective matter, and I don't think this one could be defended as overdevelopment.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn has put forward a motion to support the officer recommendation. That's been seconded by Councillor Hodge. So can we take a vote? Those in favour? No. That's 9. That's unanimous. So that motion is carried and planning permission has been granted. Thank you very much. Sorry, just one point. Yeah. We'll have a quick break. I know everybody is here for Darlington Place. Another 5 or 10 minutes, please. Thank you. wonderful. Thank you so much for your patience. Just as we had that quick break, we've been going since 11 o'clock today. So we'll move swiftly to Ed to present this application at 21 Darlington Place. Okay. Sorry, here he is. Okay, we can't really start without all the councillors present. So he's just going towards it. Right, Ed, if you'd like to present.
Yeah, hello. So this next application is a householder application to an existing building on Darlington Place. So it's a two-storey side extension and some smaller alterations to the rest of the house. So here's an overview look, site outlined in red on the left-hand side. The right-hand side diagram, I've just inserted that just to give a bit of context. Those green dots are listed buildings. So we're in the Bath Conservation Area, sensitive site, and we've got Bathwick Meadows to the right and a public footpath that also runs up the side of the site. So here's some photos of the existing house and garage. The front is the top photo, the sides and the rear are shown there in the bottom photos. So here's a comparison of the existing and proposed, and that's the format that I'll follow for the rest of the slides. The left-hand side of the existing, right-hand side is what's proposed. So sorry, just to clarify that, that's the front elevation. This is the rear elevation, so existing on the left, proposed on the right. This is one of the side elevations that faces the footpath, or public right-of-way. And this is the other side elevation, which essentially just faces the owner's garden. So again, got some existing site photos, and you've already seen the proposed elevations, but these are, the more colourful ones on the right-hand side, which maybe perhaps just give it a bit more context of how it will sit. And the same for the side elevations. And here's a look at the existing and proposed site plan or block plan. Left-hand side is existing, right-hand side proposed. So you can see the side extension coming out there. So the officer recommendation is to permit for the reasons set out in my report.
Thank you very much, Ed. We have a few people who wish to speak on this application. So I'm going to ask Robin Barnes if they'd like to come forward to the table. As will have been explained to you, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to thank committee for the opportunity to make 3 points. Firstly, I represent most of the objectors, having coordinated their views on this application and the other proposals that have come in, so some 200 objections. Our purpose is to achieve a coherent approach, despite the multiple applications there have been on this site, and therefore the different planning processes that those are following. We want to ensure an appropriate outcome for what is a special site. It's a special site, as noted, because it has 26 heritage assets, a fact that's recognised by the council and the planning inspector on the appeal scheme. The site is special because of its position, as noted by Ed. The combination of historic, streetscape and natural landscape is an outstanding example of Bath's renowned Georgian and urban rural planning, and we are committed to community safeguard it. In view of the environmental benefits, we very much welcome the plan to refurbish the house, albeit noting that until the end of 2022, and I quote from a Baines report, it was set back and almost hidden from the road and surrounded by mature trees and vegetation. Unfortunately, since then, the natural rural setting has been completely altered, as shown in the photos. We are concerned that because this is a householder application to alter an unlisted building, the duty of care owed to the heritage assets and the special site may unintentionally be diluted. Our requests aim to avoid that outcome. So, if the committee are minded to allow the application, we request consent is subject to conditions. Firstly, we endorse all of the conditions that have been put forward by the Council's officers, and note that they are also supported by the Planning Inspector in the appeal of the closely related application 24/00332, which is still outstanding. We also request that any approval adopts that inspector's proposed condition for a pre-completion planting scheme of suitably mature trees, and that scheme is extended to cover the crucial west elevation which faces Sydney Buildings. This is supported by Natural England, and we believe will do much to protect the heritage assets, restore the intended rural feel of that location, and to some degree ameliorate the drainage concerns. There is a materials use condition already, but we request that glazing is added to that condition. That is because it has adverse effects on the amenity, because the windows have been doubled facing Sydney Buildings.
Could I just sum up, please?
Finally, we stress it's crucial that approval is monitored and, if appropriate, enforced. As custodians of the setting, we will play our part, and we hope that other parties here today will do the same.
Thank you very much. We have Chris Beaver, who is supporting the application. Could you come forward, please?
We're going to do a double.
Oh, you're doing a double, yes. Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, James Pullen, wasn't it? The name, yeah. So, yeah, you share the 3 minutes between you. So just keep an eye on the amber light, because that's your 1 minute to go.
Thank you. So I'm James Pullen, here with my wife Cathy Pullen, who owned the property and the applicant. The current building Bathwick Cottage and its garage were built in the 1970s without planning permission. The council failed to enforce the breach of planning, and only recently has the building been confirmed as lawful. It was built with unattractive, reconstituted bath stone elevations under a cheap roof. The house was surrounded by self-seeded trees, many of which were diseased or dangerous. The garden comprised 20-foot-tall brambles which were growing over the street sign. The vegetation was removed with the permission of the council after I took arboricultural and ecological advice. I've submitted a householder application for the house, not the garden, which clads the reconstituted stone with a natural stone, replaces the grotty roof with a decent slate roof, and, in a climate emergency, it is an environmentally sensitive retrofit extension to an existing structure which is clad in recessive, untreated timber. The application is designed to make the best of what is a difficult situation. This application vastly improves both the property and the area.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll just add a couple of further points. This application before you, just to note, it was informed by pre-application discussions with officers, and I would like to point out that the design has been prepared by a respective local firm of conservation architects. Following the submission of the application and in response to Conservation Officer initial response, the applicant has now proposed natural stone cladding system right up to the eaves, and the previously proposed render is no longer proposed, which has unified the materials. And in fact, we believe that the combination of the recladding, the re-roofing, the contemporary design detailing, plus the new extension, when considered in the round, form a really a coherent design composition and will really enhance the appearance of the building, which in its existing condition is a very low-grade 1970s suburban building. So I think on that basis, there's going to be other benefits of insulation, low carbon space heating and hot water, and in due course a commitment to more landscaping. So I think really the objections that have been raised aren't well founded, and we would urge you to support your officer's recommendation.
Thank you both very much for your comments. One final speaker now is Councillor Amanda Rigby, who is one of the ward councillors. And as ward member, you get 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll try not to take the 5 minutes. First of all, thank you all committee for letting this come in front of you today. I think there are quite a few points of agreement, so I shall start with those. First of all, this is in a very unique position. It's in the World Heritage Site, it's in a conservation area, and it directly abuts the National Trust land on Bathwick Meadows. And although very rightly the address is put down as Darlington Place, it also backs on to Sydney Buildings, which is mentioned specifically in our World Heritage listing. It's a row, we haven't seen any photos of it, but it is a row of listed buildings which predominantly are on one side of the street with open space, back gardens, and the garage of this particular building on the opposite side. Without being rude to the previous owners, I think everyone accepts that what was there previously was not particularly attractive, certainly didn't enhance a conservation area. But it did have the benefit of large planting round it, so it largely was screened from view. What you can see today on the photos obviously is not going to be screened from view. Therefore, it is particularly important that we look at some of the conditions round what I would like you to consider were you to be minded to delegate to permit this particular application. They are around the materials. The officer has put some conditions about materials in, but has not put any condition in around the glazing. And seeing as how this will cause some overlooking, I would ask the committee to work out whether or not it thinks that would be appropriate. For me, the major condition would be around reinstating the planting that was there before. I accept what the applicant says, that this had been neglected for a little while, so some of them were overgrown. However, this should be something that is tucked away and is not visible and doesn't overlook the heritage assets of Sydney Buildings in any way that detracts from it. Those are the two main conditions I'd want. We haven't spoken much about the garage. That, to me, was one of the more problematic parts of this application, given its location. And I believe that although the applicant has worked hard to change some of the materials, I believe there's still a fairly modern white-ish door overlooking, which perhaps we could look at doing something that fit in with the scenery and the general look and feel of that particular area. My final plea is for a construction management plan. This is, as I say, technically the address is Darlington Place. It obviously has a great impact on Sydney Buildings. It is in a very awkward situation right at the end of Darlington Place. And again, were you to be minded to permit, I think it is really important that we get a very good management plan in that doesn't mean that Sydney Buildings becomes a drop-off point for all the materials that need to go in. So, as you can probably tell, my phone has just died, so my speech was on it. I believe I have managed to extemporise everything and remember everything that I was going to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rigby. So we'll go to questions, and then because Councillor Simon is the other ward member, when we have the debate, you'll be the first one to speak. Can I just ask, and it is related to the conditions, I think that's what the discussion has been about so far. The suggestion by Mr Barnes and Councillor Rigby about the glazing, would that not fall under the general materials condition anyway, or would it form a separate condition?
So I think the way it's worded at the moment, it refers to external walling materials and roofing materials. Typically, speaking, that doesn't, we usually, it's a standard condition really, and that normally just applies to the walls. I think if we wanted specifics on the materials of the windows, that would have to be clarified or added in.
Right, so if the committee is minded to approve the scheme, we'd have to delegate to permit in order to amend those conditions.
Yes, that's right. I mean, obviously, in terms of glazing is glass. There are different opaqueness and transparency, so we don't usually require those things unless there is a requirement to obscurely glaze something. If we're talking about the frames, then that sometimes is caught within this condition, but if members wanted it to be more specific, we could certainly add that wording in via a delegate to permit motion.
Okay, thank you. And the garage, is the garage being replaced, or is the existing garage staying where it is?
So with this application, nothing's happening with the garage.
So we're not...
I think, there have just been a number of applications on the site, and one of those did include alterations to the garage, but this one
right. So we're not considering the garage at all. It's the status quo. It's really just the amendments to the extension to the house. Okay. Any more questions from anybody? Councillor Simon.
Yes. You're aware, I think, of correspondence from the inspector considering the scheme that's been appealed, and it includes a draft condition relating to landscaping. Is your view that the conditions in this proposal cover what the inspector is saying, or is that another area where a bit more work is needed on conditions?
Yeah, so that there isn't such a condition on this application. So it is slightly confusing. So there is a pending appeal at the moment for essentially the same scheme, but with slightly different materials, yet to be determined. That landscaping condition has come about through correspondence with Natural England. I think there's some confusion because Natural England in their comments have been referring to a scheme that was before that one, which was for a replacement house, which is quite a different scheme. It had quite different lighting effects and things like that. So our ecologist so that landscaping condition is being put forward or discussed in the context of ecology, not rural character or privacy of neighbours. So there's confusion with Natural England referring to a previous scheme. So the inspector is awaiting. So officers, myself, and the agent have clarified that to the inspector, and he said he'll seek revised comments from Natural England. But that's not actually to do with this, it's to do with the appeal scheme.
It's true, but what I'm seeking is whether you feel that the conditions you're suggesting to us fully cover the concerns that you out of those you accept of what the inspector's saying, or whether a bit more work could usefully be done on the conditions in that area.
So I think officers, the conditions we put forward we feel are adequate for the site and the proposals. Our ecologist hasn't. They've raised no objection. They don't think that landscaping is required to secure, to make sure the impacts are fine on ecology. But I do understand the context where the neighbours are coming from. That, not too long ago it was quite vegetated and you couldn't see the house. But obviously now you can. But that wasn't done as part of this application.
Just to be really clear about the appeal that's going on, there hasn't been a decision on that. So anything the inspectors said is without prejudice to whatever decision they might make. So I think those matters we should really be giving limited weight in these discussions because no decision has been taken.
Can I just ask, it's more of a legal point, given that we've got a pending appeal against non-determination and this application is before us that we're being asked to determine today, does the appeal automatically get cancelled out, or does the applicant agree to withdraw that appeal, or are they given two permissions or two options if we grant this? Really? Okay.
Yeah, so just to be clear, because I don't think that would have been picked up on the microphone yet, they are two separate planning applications, and if the appeal is allowed, that will be a planning permission. If this application in front of you today is permitted, that will be a separate planning permission as well, so they will have both permissions and they can implement either one of them.
Right, so they can implement either one, but obviously the other one then gets cancelled out, but obviously the applicants are given the choice to decide what they want to build. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hodge.
Yes, I've just got a question about the landscaping of the scheme in front of us, and I don't, maybe I've missed something, but I don't see any landscaping requirements for this scheme.
Well, yeah, I mean, by nature it being the householder, we can't really insist on sort of a landscaping scheme. Okay. But if it was like a new build, to sort of get into a new kind of arena. But there are some, this may not be landscaping as one might think of it, but there are some enhancements on site, like log piles and swift boxes, back boxes, things like that. But yeah, there's not a kind of a large landscaping scheme that's part of this, because it's householder.
Thank you. Sorry, did the diagrams have, I can't find the plans, did they describe something? Oh, there's the landscape, but there's other extra trees as discussed in the presentations. There was, the objectors raised comments about trees and screening. Are those met? Are those concerns met by the trees that are in that plan there?
So I think the main concern is that a lot of vegetation and smaller trees have gone. I mean, as you can see. So I think that's where the main concern is. But the trees, as part of this proposal, are being retained. So in terms of overlooking and things like that, we don't feel like trees are needed to ensure the impacts of overlooking are okay, and that's due to the distances from this house and the terrace.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from anybody? If not, I'll ask Councillor Simon if he would like to start the debate.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, this is a problematic house in a very sensitive location, and what it needs is a degree of compromise all round to get to a planning solution that allows the householder to improve its visual appearance, improve its thermal performance, and to meet their needs for what they want the house to do. So I very much welcome the spirit in which everybody's collaborated and the way that the presentations have gone. What I'm going to do is to move that we delegate to permit on the basis that I think we would like to see a specific reference to glazing in the materials. I'd like to see a final touch base about what the inspector was suggesting on the previous scheme and the conditions here, but it may well be that the conditions here are okay, but I think it's worth just having a final reflection on that. And Councillor Rigby suggested a construction management plan, and I think that would be also worth discussing with the applicant. So some minor tweaking of the conditions, but I'm moving delegate to permit.
Thank you, Councillor Simon. Just to quickly comment on some of that in your motion, I think delegate to permit to review conditions is absolutely within your gift. I think just on the point around glazing, I personally, maybe I missed something, but I'd like a little bit of clarity around, are we talking about the window frames, or are we talking about the glass itself? Are we looking for obscure glazing on any particular windows, in which case which windows are we talking about? Or are we just talking about, we want to know the type of glass that's going in, the thickness, whether it's double, single glazed? Because ordinarily on a non-listed building we wouldn't really seek those details. So could I just ask that point first?
I think on such a sensitive site, I'd want you to be happy with the surrounds, the window frames, with if the glass is not standard window glass, if, for instance, it was going to be coloured or something, or gold or something like that, you would need to think about that. You'll also need to consider whether there's anything overlooking that mandates obscured glass. But I don't think, I'm not suggesting we reach conclusions on that.
Okay, so that's very helpful. So we'll ask for those details around the surrounds and the type of glazing, and you're happy as part of that to delegate the consideration of whether any windows need to be obscure glazed to officers?
Your professional judgments, which you can easily make.
Fine. I just wanted to be really clear. And then the second point was around you wanted officers to sort of reflect on some of those suggested conditions that have come through on the appeal scheme. Again, I just asked for a little bit of clarity on that. Is that primarily, and having heard some of the debate around the sort of whether or not there should be a landscaping scheme, or are there other matters?
I'll confess that I haven't had the chance to analyse the email from the inspector, so I'm happy to say that I'll leave that to your professional judgment as well.
Okay, because obviously currently officers' professional judgment is that those matters are not required, so that unless we're directed some other way, that's probably the conclusion we would reach, just to be clear on that. And then the final matter was just the construction management plan, which we would be able to add on, but our recommendation would be that for this scale of development, being a householder scheme, that wouldn't be necessary. You know, it could just be managed through the usual sort of highway licenses if there's need for delivery spaces and through environmental protection legislation about unreasonable working hours and things like that. But again, I just wanted to challenge you on that and ask if that's something you want to confirm in your motion.
If for a single house conversion, a CMP is regarded as over the top, then perhaps assurances from the applicant as to the basic conditions. And I think the main one is what's going to come along Sydney Buildings and what's going to come along Darlington Place, because this only has pedestrian access from both of them. Needs to be sorted out with appropriate departments, but it may not need a full CMP.
If you're happy to leave that with officers to determine whether a full CMP or a focused specific points are required, then I'm absolutely fine with all of that. Thank you for clarifying those matters.
Yeah, I think I'm just interpreting the reason for the request for a CMP is because of the unique setting of the building, because of the heritage assets, and whilst we don't usually apply it to householders, that may be the justification that the committee are coming up with. So we carry on discussing this. Anybody else got any points to make? It's clearly, Naughty Bath City Council did a very silly thing by approving this in the first place, and obviously it was very well hidden, so we didn't really know about it. The landscaping, and the officers are suggesting that it's not going to be feasible or lawful to impose a condition to reinstate what's been lost. What's been lost was lawful. It didn't require any form of consent to remove it, and obviously a lot of it was dying and was kept anyway. So we are left with this exposed house in a very sensitive setting, but from looking at the revised plans, it will be an improvement. So the whole issue with planning policy is that new developments in conservation areas, World Heritage sites, with in proximity to listed buildings, heritage assets, any new development needs to preserve and enhance the setting of those heritage assets. So I guess we can argue perhaps that there's going to be a slight improvement, albeit, of course, we've lost the vegetation, but in terms of the actual building itself, it will be a slight improvement on the setting of the conservation area and the other heritage assets. So did I have someone who put forward a motion to support the officer recommendation? No, you did, didn't you? Sorry, you put forward a motion to delegate to permit, didn't you? Yes. So would anybody want to second that? Councillor Malloy, you got anything to say? Anything to say on that point? Okay. Okay. Anybody else got a point to make? So we can go to a vote on Councillor Simon's motion, seconded by Councillor Malloy. All those in favour? We're on a roll today, aren't we? None against. So that motion has been carried. So permission has been granted, but it'll be delegated to the officer who will look at revising some of the conditions. Thank you. I'll just let people leave. Just for public record, Councillor Beaumont's left at 1 o'clock and Councillor McPhee has just left. So we're down to 8 members. No one left. Right, that hopefully might be a quick one. Oh no, you're here. Okay, you're listening. So Angus, we have a proposal for a dwelling within just a change of use within Town Mills, Mill Road, Radstock.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, committee. Item number 6, we are looking at the conversion of the ground floor vacant unit to a two-bedroom flat with some flood refuge at the first floor level. There's also a little bit extra change of use within the building to add a communal cycle store for some of the other apartments, as we'll see on the floor plan shortly, and the change of use of the external yard as well to residential in conjunction with the rest of the site. This is Town Mills on Mill Road in Radstock. A rather large overhead plan to show its wider context within Radstock. The site outlined in red. Radstock, oh, my mouse isn't working on this screen. Over towards the left of the screen, you might recognise Radstock Town Centre, the curved Town Centre street with these sort of double roundabouts at the north end of it. This application site is on Mill Road, which has a few residential properties, and as it moves out to the north-east, it becomes the Mill Road Industrial Estate, with the eventually at the very north-east end of the site is the sewerage. Slightly more detailed plan of the site itself, as existing on the left, proposed on the right. The main building in question is the one in the middle. The proposal on the right shows some of the parking and turning areas, as well as the vacant yard on the left-hand side of the screen, which has been brought into this scheme to become residential. It also shows the footpath works proposed at the very front of the site, down on the bottom edge, which is reclaiming some of the footpath as the fence line is going to be pushed back from where the existing industrial use has had that pushed forward in previous years. Floor plans existing on the left. The office at the top of the screen is the interesting unit in question, which is going to become the flat. As you can see on the right, it has living space, 2 bedrooms, and its necessary utility. In the middle of the building, previous shop is to become a communal cycle store, which will serve the other flats within this building, and a shop conversion to an office down at that bottom unit you can see on the bottom of the screen. This is all ground floor. The first floor plan I've outlined in red, the upstairs refuge area, which we'll probably talk about as part of the flood considerations, has been incorporated into the scheme to provide a refuge area in flooding events for the downstairs occupants, including toilet, sink facilities, just to provide a usable, safe space. There's very little external alterations for this scheme. It's really just the internal change of use. Some elevations are provided, though, existing on the left, proposed on the right. It's the stone unit you can see underneath the metal-clad first floor. So it's that stone rectangle on both east and west sides. A small wall is to be incorporated where a current railing is on that west elevation as well. And really, again, sort of no important changes to note here. North elevation, which is the rear, just showing where the windows are really. These sections are of interest, showing the internally raised floor level, which you can see is that sort of grey area on the right hand image, showing the floor level to be raised up. But the sections as existing and proposed for completeness. Some photographs of the unit have been provided. So this is the building as a whole as viewed from the street. The unit in question, if you look to the very left-hand side of the screen, further back into the site, is that stone rectangular wall set into the metal-clad warehouse unit at the back there. As seen on street view, which is an older image, obviously, the original... Well, sorry, it's not original, but an older view of the unit in question shows it in use still with some brighter paint on it, which has since disappeared. And some additional photos of the site to the side and the rear really just show how it's a very concrete site as part of its previous use, and also how vacant it is now. That's the end of the presentation. For the reasons outlined in the report, this one is recommended for permission, and if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. There's no speakers on this one, so we'll go straight to questions. Anybody got a question for Angus? Or do we want to go straight to a debate on the matter and make a decision? No questions. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Blackburn.
How many existing dwellings are within this building at the moment? Because that bike store seemed rather large, and it's just how many potential other dwellings might come forward.
This is the last one that could come forward for the building. Every other unit within the building, which is quite a large building, it's kind of separated into two main elements, which is this L shape and then the warehouse bit towards the rear. All other units have been converted to residential over the years through some full applications or permitted development change of use, those various types of prior notification. So this is the last one, so there is no further potential without actually erecting something new. How many units are there, though? I want to say 6, but I'm not certain on that.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
I was wondering if the officer had considered the objection of the Radstock Town Council to the loss of an employment site, because I wondered if the officer was aware or had registered or had surveyed or considered the lack of offices in the Radstock area. I know that Lee House has just come on the market with 6 potential offices in it, but we have lost a number of office sites turning into residential, and I wondered if that had weighed at all, or if it had any comment on the question.
Yeah, absolutely.
What weight he'd given to Radstock Town Council's objection.
Yeah, absolutely. That part of the consideration had been given a lot of thought and discussion time. In this case, the consideration goes back into the planning history of the building. In 2014, prior notification for one of the change of uses, which was one of the first ones for this building, concluded the use of the site was sui generis rather than a B1 or B2 industrial. That same use was followed through in 2020 for another change of use within the site. That one did end up going to appeal, and the inspector came to the same conclusion, that it is sui. And very importantly, they concluded that the particular use falls outside of our ability to protect loss of industrial. So our policy that seeks to prevent the loss of industrial encapsulates a certain number of uses, and it was determined that this use is not one of those. So without any further evidence to prove that it should be protected further, we haven't come up with a reasonable reason to then go back against that appeal determination.
Councillor Simon.
I wasn't clear exactly what space was this refuge space, and how, if the ground floor person accessed this space, how they would then escape from it.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's this space here up on the first floor. I've outlined it in red, so it's just at the top of the stairs on the landing. The
Right.
ground floor accesses it directly. It's hard to see, and I wish I could point to it on my mouse. The ground floor has an internal doorway into their own flat or the hallway once they come into the building initially, and they can just go straight up the stairs if they need to, without having to go through any other locked doors. It's just into the hallway, up the
But
stairs.
they go upstairs and then they're in a lobby.
Yes. The whole landing area there is available for them as that refuse space. It has a window should they need to emergency evacuate further. It has a window just above the sink.
Right.
If they did need to evacuate in a particular emergency, but that space is considered by the Environment Agency to be sufficient.
Right. Okay. So they're not sort of locked into. Yes. I was looking at the wrong space. It's the space in the bottom left-hand corner.
Bottom left. That's correct. Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Any more questions? No. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Jackson again.
I didn't have time to go down Mill Road before this came to committee, unfortunately, but judging by the height of Snails Brook, which is one of the feeder streams for the Wellow Brook, I would say it's quite likely this site is flooded at the moment. It certainly was under at least 2 metres of water in 2009 and in 2014. And I am wondering what the justification in planning policy is for a residential unit at such an extreme risk of flood. I mean, suppose the occupants were asleep when we had a downpour like we had on Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. Being in flood zone 3, it was one of the first things that caught our attention when looking at this application was its siting in the flood zone. The property itself, as you can see on the left-hand side of the image, is actually raised fairly considerably above the actual floor level of the rest of the site. And with the internal changes to the floor level raising it even further, they've gotten to a point where the Environment Agency have removed an objection and they themselves are happy. Same with our drainage and flooding team. The Baines Drainage and Flooding team also have no objection now based on the revision. And without further evidence to prove why they're still in harm, their consultation responses are accepted.
Councillor Malloy.
So just following up on from that, and I don't know if you can answer it or not, but basically I wouldn't expect then that this property could be insured. Is that correct?
I don't believe that would be part of the planning consideration. Whether it could be insured or not, or how it would be bought or sold or owned is private matters for the applicant to...
Yeah, I'd be aware. It's not relevant to planning. Does anybody want to... Sorry, Councillor Jackson.
I'm just going to comment, Chair, that the people who live in... we've lost the picture of the map. Pines Way, which you saw in the top corner, and in Waterloo Road, Chichester Court area, which is just a bit further upstream, where that green patch is, they can't get household insurance because of the flood risk, and yet they are at a higher level than this site. It's a question of which balances out, which is the more important, the Environmental Agency's ruling or the experience of the local people on the ground.
Yeah, it does sound like, there's a balance being struck between, the fact that the officers aren't recommending refusal because it's in flood zone 3. But obviously we're satisfied that it will still be a respectable, reasonable, habitable dwelling, and safe because of the refuges there. So does anybody want to support a motion to support their officer's recommendation? Anybody happy to put their hand up to put that forward? Anybody? Councillor, thank you. And would anyone like to second? Thank you, Councillor Warren. So shall we take a vote, unless we've got anything else to say? All those in favour of supporting the application, or the officer's recommendation? 5 in favour. Anyone against? And any Councillor Jackson and Councillor Hodge. Sorry, you're abstaining. Yeah. So can we just do that? We've got 5 in support, 1 against, or are you abstaining? You're against. 1 against and 2 abstentions. Thank you very much. Okay, so that's carried. We've just gone beyond 4:05. So the next and final item is relating to appeals. I note that we've got a hearing on the 24th and 25th of October for Orchard Vale, just on the edge of Midsummer Norton. And it's interesting to note that 2 applications, 24th and 25th of October. Okay, I'm sure that you'll get notified, hopefully. It's interesting, there's 2 applications, 2 appeals on here that were determined by this committee, both in Councillor Simon's ward. So I think I was complicit in supporting the one that was dismissed, and that was for the 3-bedroom dwelling at Rockcliffe Road. But the other one, which was in Claverton, that was the extension. That was allowed. So win some, lose some. Okay. Finally, next meeting will be. Oh, are you happy to just note those appeals? Okay, thank you. Last item is just to set the date for the next committee, and that will be on Wednesday, the 23rd of October. So, if you want, you can come along to committee on the 23rd, then go to the hearing on the Thursday and Friday.
Are we needing site visits?
We are doing site visits on Monday, the 14th of October, and that will be for the 11 Richmond Road, which is the one that we've deferred this time round, but there are no other site visits. Okay, so on that basis, I'll formally close the meeting. Thank you for your time.